Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, the jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for coming back, folks. We're going to continue with the cross-examination. Now, I should say we're going to start the cross-examination of Aaron Dillard. Mr. Dillard, would you please stand? I'm going to swear you in again. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. The witness said, yes, he does. And with that, Mr. Perry, you can start your cross.
Thank you, Judge. How's that?
Better.
Mr. Dillard, you agree you're a con man, don't you?
Yes.
Prior to coming here today, you review your prior testimony?
Yes, I have.
Did you review the letter to your lawyer?
Yes.
How about the transcript of your recorded statement with the prosecutors?
Yes.
How long have you been in the Kenosha jail waiting to testify?
Since last Tuesday. This
What?
past Tuesday.
So about a week ago?
Yes.
Have you been watching the broadcast of this trial?
No.
On direct exam on Friday, you testified that your prior convictions were for forgeries and frauds.
Correct.
You testified that you have a special skill set. Do you remember that?
I don't know if it was a special skill set, but it was just I was able to get people to talk or get things that I wanted.
You're able to tell people stories and they believe you.
Yeah.
And then you're able to get things from them.
Yes.
This is going back to the year 2000. You used a computer to create payroll checks made payable to you, and then you went to various Kenosha bars and cashed them out.
That's correct.
You bought, in order to do this, you bought check stock?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
You created these from whole cloth,
What is whole cloth?
made it from scratch.
Yes.
And you did about 8 of these, right?
Correct.
$400 a piece, roughly?
Yes.
So you were able to cash these at various businesses and get about $3,200.
Yes.
Do you remember going to Las Vegas with your cousin Tom Kaiser and a woman named Shannon Panko?
Yes.
You met Shannon Panko on Yahoo Personals.
Yes.
You used an alias of yours.
Yes.
You were calling yourself Kyle Rezick.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
That's correct.
You said you couldn't fly because of your military classification.
That's not true.
When you checked into the hotel as Aaron Dillard, you explained to her that because of your military clearance, you couldn't give out your real name.
She knew my name. So no, that's incorrect.
You convinced Shannon Panko to lend you money.
No, that's incorrect.
You took her credit card out of her purse and charged the hotel room onto it.
No, that's incorrect.
Do you acknowledge borrowing money from Shannon Panko?
I acknowledge her paying for the room.
Did you ever pay her back for the room?
No.
You forged a check to the ABC Supply Company.
Correct.
That was another time where you created a whole new check for an entity that didn't exist.
Correct.
The check made it seem like it was coming from a place called Wisconsin Restoration Services.
Correct.
That was for $881.
Correct.
It was signed S. Lake and even listed a driver's license number.
Correct.
No account like that ever existed,
No.
right?
I just said no, it didn't.
Okay. You did not identify yourself as Aaron Dillard,
No.
and you went and bought a compressor from the ABC Supply Company with that completely forged check.
Yes.
Do you remember living in Arizona around 2003?
No.
You met electronic technicians that work on FBI radios and phone systems?
Not in Arizona.
Not in Arizona?
No.
Which state was that in?
Las Vegas. I wasn't living there at the time, but I was out there.
You met electronic technicians that work on FBI radios in Las Vegas?
Yes.
You told them that you were the heir to Dillard Clothing?
Never.
Told them that Home Depot was a subsidiary to Dillard Clothing and that you were an heir to that as well?
No.
You had in your possession a whole bunch of Home Depot gift cards that you sold at half price.
Yes.
Those cards were all stolen and worthless.
No. Incorrect.
You gave Mike's Foods multiple checks, getting over $1,000 for accounts that were closed years earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
You agree that you're a woman victimizer?
Yes.
When you met a woman named Deborah Spears, you told her your name was Kyle Rezick.
Yes. In the beginning, I did.
I'm sorry?
Yes. In the beginning, I did.
Told her that you were very wealthy,
No.
that you had a yacht,
That's not correct.
an expensive condo.
No. She actually picked me up at my house.
You told her that your wife and son were killed in Lithuania.
No.
Told her that you had a lucrative telecommunications business in Lithuania.
I probably told her I had a business in Lithuania that made a little money. Yes.
Told her your assets were frozen and you needed to borrow money from her.
I don't recall how I told her I was going to borrow the money, but I did borrow money from her.
She filed bankruptcy as a result of your actions.
I don't believe that.
You intended to victimize Deborah Spears.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
You stole her debit card numbers to pay for a cell phone bill.
Well, they were entered into my cell phone, and it overwrote the numbers, and so it stayed in there, and I used it a second time.
Okay. You had an unauthorized $500 withdrawal from her checking account.
That was that occurrence.
While you were in the jail, you called your wife Nadia. You told her, just say it was her that did it.
Yes.
You had Nadia call Deborah Spears, told her to drop the charges, and if she didn't, you'd never pay her back.
Correct.
You've met at least 3 women on the internet that you've borrowed money from and never paid back.
Incorrect.
We've already talked about Shannon Pankow.
I didn't borrow any money from her.
You remember Wendy Reamer,
I do remember Wendy, but I didn't borrow any money from her.
Lori Brown?
I didn't borrow any money from her.
You lied on that Yahoo Personals profile.
Explain.
You indicated that your education was postgraduate.
I don't remember that.
You told Wendy Reamer that your name was Kyle Rezick.
I don't remember.
You told her that you played college football,
No.
had a rare bone disease,
No.
Flew to Europe for treatment.
Never for treatment.
Had a mansion in Kenosha.
Again, no. She actually picked me up at my house as well.
That you bought your parents a home next door to the mansion.
Again, no.
That you claimed to her to be a medical and surgical equipment seller.
I did have a medical supply company in Lithuania.
You're an American citizen, right?
That's correct.
The United States government actually extradited you to Lithuania to face punishment for crimes there.
That's backwards. Lithuania extradited me to Lithuania, just from America.
You were in America,
Yes,
and you were shipped back to Lithuania.
that's correct.
You're the first American citizen to ever have that distinction, right?
Correct.
That was for committing fraud against Lithuanian citizens.
Who were trying to obtain illegal entry into America, yes.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Kostas Kurlis, that's Kurlys. Do you remember him?
Yes.
He paid you $2,500 for his daughter to get a 10-year visa to the U.S.
Correct.
You made friends with them,
Correct.
met them in a cafe,
Correct.
approached them with what you said you were able to do.
Correct.
You were polite yet serious.
Yes.
You told them that your parents lived in Chicago and they were wealthy.
I said near Chicago.
Convinced them that you were reliable.
Yes.
Got them to give you $2,500.
Yes.
You never produced any visas.
Correct.
You never had any ability to produce any visas.
Correct.
Mr. Kurlis' son was a doctor.
Yes.
You stopped calling the Kurlises back.
Yes.
Had someone else call them claiming to be your maid and said that you were badly injured at a hospital in Finland.
No.
You called them about a week later and promised them that you'd produce the visa or the money.
Yes.
You never did.
No.
Now that scenario that we just talked about with Mr. Kurlis's family, you did that on 7 different occasions to 7 different families in Lithuania.
Yes.
People paid you anywhere from $2,500 to $5,000.
Yes.
In Lithuania, that was those families' life savings.
I don't know that, but it's a lot of money to them.
It's a lot of money in Lithuania, correct?
Yes.
You came up with a story that you could sell them and they bought it.
Yes.
On Friday, you testified that you got to the Kenosha County Jail on the evening of August 14th, 2007, correct? I'm sorry, I said correct at the same time you said.
Correct.
You had a whole host of problems on August 14th, 2007.
Correct.
You had been out on extended supervision, and the reason you were in the Kenosha jail is that you were coming back to court for a hearing to determine how long you had to go back to prison.
Correct.
You had been absconding from supervision when you got pulled over on May 31st, 2007.
Correct.
Absconding means that you were just in the wind, correct?
That I didn't report to my probation officer, yes.
You weren't reporting as you were supposed to.
Correct.
You had been absconding from the previous fall, correct?
I'm not sure of the times.
On May 31st, 2007, you were pulled over in a vehicle.
Correct.
You had a suspended registration,
Correct.
and you told the officer that your name was Mike Kaiser.
Correct.
Mike Kaiser is a brother of yours?
Correct.
While you claimed to be Mike Kaiser to this police officer, you blamed the suspended registration on your brother, Aaron Dillard.
Correct.
The police officer figured it out during that traffic stop.
Correct.
You started crying and told him, I told them I didn't want to go back.
Incorrect.
What's incorrect about that?
I didn't cry there. I didn't cry there. I cried at the police department saying that I didn't want to go back.
No, you
I
didn't
was
cry.
talking-
You didn't cry at the scene. You cried at the police department.
Yeah, I didn't want to go back.
You were charged with obstructing an officer for that, and you were facing 9 months in jail.
Correct.
That was in Waukesha County, correct?
Correct.
The bigger problem that we've already talked about is that when you got pulled over, you had been absconding from probation.
Is that a question again?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
You had 17 alleged violations while you were on probation.
Yes.
You had someone's Quest and Visa card on you when you got pulled over.
I had my mother-in-law's Quest and Visa card on me so I could do her shopping.
While you were absconding from supervision in 2007, you cheated a man named Dennis Ritt out of money.
Yes.
You claimed to him to have a Russian cell phone contract.
No, I had a telecommunications company.
You told him you had a telecommunications company
Yes.
in Russia.
In Lithuania.
You convinced him to lend you money
Yes, at a poker game.
at a poker game,
Yes.
and you never paid him back.
Correct.
You wrote a check from a closed bank account to Dennis Ritt.
That's correct.
You knew it wasn't good.
Correct.
You obtained, while you were absconding from probation, you obtained self-employed side jobs for Lori Brown and Cassandra Ivy without permission.
Correct.
You took cash from them and then kept the money for home improvement work from Lori Brown and Cassandra Ivy.
That's not true. I completed the job on Lori Brown's house, and Cassandra Ivy I borrowed money from after I did home improvement work for her.
You had met Lori Brown on the internet.
Yes.
You told her that your name was Aaron Galvin.
Yes.
Wrote that on the home improvement, whatever contract you had signed with her.
Yes.
Lori Brown was a lawyer, wasn't she?
I know she worked at a law office, but she wasn't. I don't know if she was a lawyer.
Now, Cassandra Ivy paid you $6,200 to work on her home.
I did concrete and siding work at her house, and then I borrowed $6,200 from her afterwards.
Okay. You told her you were bonded and insured?
No.
She was never able to reach you by telephone, and you never began work in her kitchen and bathroom.
No, I never was supposed to begin work in her kitchen and bathroom.
You never returned the $6,200 you'd gotten from her.
That is correct.
Have you ever paid her back for that?
No.
For the Cassandra Ivy situation, you got charged with theft by contractor and home improvement fraud.
Yes.
You were facing 7 years on that case.
Yes.
For the reconfinement, you knew the probation agent was recommending that you get the maximum time available.
In the beginning, she was recommending 3 years, 4 months, 3 years, 11 months. But then I think it's changed to the full amount.
Changed to the full amount, right? You know that when you go back in front of a judge for a reconfinement, they read what the agent's recommendation was.
Yes,
They would take that into account?
I think they would take it into account.
They would take into account the justification for the maximum sentence, right?
You're asking me a question that I can't answer completely. I mean, I know they take it into consideration, but I don't know how they do it or how they use it, but I know they take it into consideration.
And at the time that you got to the Kenosha jail on August 14th, 2007, at that time, the agent was recommending that you be reconfined for 4.5 years.
I don't know at that point what she was recommending because I saw my parole agent before and she was recommending the 3 years something. And then they made a new recommendation that I didn't quite see yet.
The agent justified its recommendation by saying that you were in need of serious CGIP. Do you know what that means?
Yes, she did.
What is CGIP?
I don't know the terminology. Cognitive, I don't know. I know it's cognitive something.
So that your criminal behavior is well beyond the need of cognitive thinking.
That's what CGIP is, and she said I needed it.
Said his repetitive deviant thinking is just in plain need of confinement. Correct?
Yes.
Said that your goal in life was to be a successful criminal. You were motivated by the power you feel to manipulate others, sometimes for material gain.
That's what she said, yes.
So when you got to the Kenosha jail on August 14th, 2007, you were facing 9 months on the new obstructing charge, correct?
Yes.
7 years on the new theft by contractor and home improvement fraud case.
I think that's a bifurcated sentence, though, so it's only so much in and so much out. So I don't know what, I think on a 7 year, I think you're facing 3 years max, 3.5 years maximum.
You'd acknowledge that the maximum total incarceration that you were facing on that case was 7 years.
You're saying it wrong again because incarceration is only 3.5 years, and then extended supervision, which you do on the street, is the outside time. So 3.5 years.
You had a recommendation from your agent that you go back to prison for 4.5 years on the reconfinement case, correct?
That now I know it's to be true. Yes.
When you got there that evening, you immediately recognized Mark Jensen.
Yes.
You knew about him from newspaper articles.
Yes.
You had seen his picture.
That I don't think so. I saw Edward Klug's picture. I didn't see the other ones.
You gave a recorded interview with the prosecution in this case, didn't you?
Yes.
I asked you about that right at the start of this. You said you had reviewed that prior to your testimony.
Correct.
Counselor, I'm referring to page 8 of the recorded interview. The recorded interview, for the record, is marked as Defense Exhibit 71.
Has that been moved into evidence?
It has not.
Okay.
I guess starting at the bottom of page 7, we just started talking. And they said who he was, and I'm like, oh, you're a pretty popular guy lately because he was in the newspaper and I saw his picture.
Then I'm not aware of seeing his picture. I'm sorry. I saw articles about him in the newspaper, though, about the Klug transcripts. But I may have made a mistake there.
Your version today is that you had not seen his picture?
This is 17 years ago. I don't believe I did see his picture. I seen Evan, stuff of his in the newspaper, though, from the Klug transcripts or the Klug testimony.
You knew it was a high-profile case,
Yes.
and within 30 minutes you were talking with him.
Yes.
You were there in the evening of the 14th,
Yes.
there all day on the 15th,
Correct.
all day on the 16th.
Correct.
You had court on the 16th.
Yes.
You were able to get that reconfinement hearing adjourned until October.
I don't know if I was able to get anything done. I think they did it on their own. I don't remember how that happened.
You left at 4 a.m. on the 17th.
Correct.
You said on the 14th he gave you the Klug transcript.
I believe so, yes.
You had then endless discussion with Mark Jensen about all details and aspects of his case.
I don't know about endless, but I know what he told me.
You talked all night on the 14th, the 15th, and 16th, right?
We talked quite a bit on those days, yes.
Isn't that what you said on Friday?
That we talked quite a bit, yes. I didn't say endless or all day, but it was a lot of the day.
You were intensely interested in every detail you could get.
No, we were talking. There was nothing intense about it until he started admitting what he did.
You sat at a back table with him.
There's no table, but we sat on the floor.
He showed you his paperwork.
He showed me the Edward Klug test transcripts.
You read more than a single section of a single transcript.
What does that mean? I don't know if transcripts are broken up into anything. It's just his transcript.
You read more than the Klug transcript.
No.
You read the police reports in this case.
No.
You read the transcript he had just gotten of the interrogation with Detective Ratsberg.
No.
You testified that you didn't go into his cell because that's against the rules and you could get a conduct report.
I didn't testify. I just said that's probably what could happen if you entered into somebody's cell, but that's not why I didn't enter a cell. But I did not enter a cell.
Do you consider yourself a rule follower?
Believe it or not, when I'm in jail, yes.
So do I understand your testimony that all evening on the 14th, all day on the 15th, Mark Jensen repeatedly said he had not killed his wife?
He said he did not kill his wife.
Then overnight, you took offense that Mark had discussed his kids when explaining Julie Jensen's mental health.
Yes, I did.
And that offended your sense of decency?
Well, I had lost my mom while I was in jail, so I feel like not being able to say goodbye to your mom or anything like that is pretty horrible. So I did take offense to him losing his kids,
And that's what caused you to decide to push for information so that you could tell your attorney and get a deal.
Well, it was first I was trying to see how far he would go, and then he went. So then I decided to use it to help myself.
So the way you did that was you said, well, we all did something to get where we are, right?
Yes.
And he said, well, yeah, we all have situations.
Yes.
You implied that he did it, and he said, yeah.
It's, just like that.
And you said, Mark, how did you get the antifreeze? And then he just gave you a full confession.
Pretty much worked out like that. He told me about the Edward Klug thing and then went into the rest of it.
Within a week, you had written a letter, right?
Correct.
You wrote this after you got back to prison?
Correct.
And you didn't send this to your lawyer directly, did you?
No, I did.
You sent it to your wife, who faxed it to your lawyer.
I'm not aware of that. I believe I sent it to my lawyer.
You discussed this with your wife.
No, I don't believe I discussed it with my wife.
She wouldn't have known to fax this to your lawyer?
Well, I believe I sent it to my lawyer through the post.
Is it your testimony today that you did not discuss this, the facts of Mark Jensen's case in this letter with your wife prior to sending this letter?
I don't remember that. This is 17 years ago. I don't remember, but I believe I sent it and put through the post to my wife or to my lawyer.
In the week after the 17th, when you went back to prison, to the time that you drafted this letter, is it your testimony today that you did not discuss this with your wife?
The sending of the letter or discuss what happened with Mark?
Either.
I believe I discussed it. I told her what happened with Mark. But as far as sending a letter, I believe it went through my lawyer.
Your letter that was marked as States Exhibit 69 on Friday said, I would like to know if you can work a deal with the DA in my cases for the information I have in this case, exclamation point. Right?
I'm not looking at it, but okay, yes.
Do you need to see it?
No, but go ahead.
I would like to know if I can get my record cleaned up and get out of jail,
Yeah, at that point I was using it to try to get out of jail.
or at least be released and have my supervision reinstated, but up in Milwaukee at minimum, exclamation point.
Sure.
Also, I would refuse to testify if I were to be in jail, as I will have fears for my well-being, exclamation point.
Yes.
Your letter mentioned Mr. Jamboys by name.
Yes.
Did you know him by that point?
I knew he was the DA on his case through Mark.
You testified on Friday that you were Mark's protector in jail.
I didn't say it was his protector at all.
You just agreed with that suggestion?
Yeah, I agreed that Jay didn't mess with him when I was there.
For the 2 days that you knew him?
Yes.
You met with the prosecution in October 2007. That's the recorded interview.
Okay.
From the time you had written that letter to the meeting in October, you had already made some adjustments to your story.
Objection. It's argumentative, assumes the existence of a fact, not an evidence. If there's inconsistencies, you should point to them.
Sustain.
Well, I'll point to them now.
Go ahead.
In the letter to your lawyer, you wrote that on the day after Julie Jensen had drank a few glasses of juice with antifreeze in it, that he gave her some more juice with antifreeze and she was throwing it up a little. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
In October 2007, page 15, counselor, you said he gave her 1/3 antifreeze, 2/3 juice, and the next day gave her another glass of it. And that whole day, she was throwing up and really out of it. She would stay in bed a lot, wouldn't get out of bed, really just vomiting. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that?
Yes, but it came in bits and pieces, and there were different times. You know, so she was vomiting in a little bit in the morning and more in the evening. I don't know how, it's all time. They go back,
Okay.
times throughout the day.
In your letter, she was sleeping on her back for a bit, and he rolled her over a bit, and she didn't wake up. Then he rolled her on her face and left her for a bit. Do you remember writing that in your letter?
Yes.
In your interview, she was laying on her side,
Which page, counsel?
26. She was laying on her side, and she was, sleeping, and she was breathing good. And he said he just rolled over and then sat on her back and pushed on her face because he said he wanted her lungs to be closed.
Yes.
What's your version today?
It's the same version. She did make it to her side and then went to her stomach.
So he rolled her on her side and then left her for a bit
Yeah.
and then came back
Yes.
and then rolled her on her face?
Yeah, but she started out on her back. I mean, it was that morning when when he took the kids to school and went and picked up the check. She was on her back and then he rolled her on her side and went and did something, then came back and rolled her onto her face.
In exchange for your story,
Objection. That's argumentative and assumes-
Sustain.
in exchange for what you told the prosecution, you got a time-served recommendation from the DA on the reconfinement case.
Correct.
The previous recommendation from the agent was 4.5 years,
From the agent, yes.
and that got turned into 0, correct?
Correct.
You got a recommendation of no time on the theft by contractor and home improvement fraud case,
Correct.
facing 7 years, and you got 0 time, correct?
Facing 3.5 and then got a probation.
You were told by the state at that interview if there was a way we could get the agent to get the department to change its recommendation to time served so that then there wouldn't even be a sentencing after revocation, correct?
I believe that's in there.
And you got a letter to the prosecutor in Waukesha that would say whether or not you testified truthfully in that case, correct?
Correct.
And you ultimately got a fine only in that case, correct?
I believe so.
No jail time.
Correct.
Testifying truthfully was determined by Mr. Jamboys in this case, correct?
Sure.
Whether or not he would write a letter on your behalf?
Yes.
Tom Kaiser is your cousin. We talked about him with the Las Vegas trip, right?
Yes.
You've acknowledged to him that you've lied in this case.
That is incorrect.
There was more discussed about the deal going forward in that jail interview in October. Do you remember other conditions of it?
That I don't violate any crimes.
You were told by the prosecutor, and you understand that part of the agreement is that in addition to telling the truth, the other thing that you're going to do is not commit any crimes. If I'm responsible for getting you out of prison, you said, yeah. And you commit any more crimes? You said, oh, I know. That Mr. Jamboys then told you, you go right to the top of my list. You understand that? And you said, oh, I know, and I understand that completely.
And I've
Jam-
served every day on those sentences. Every day that was supposed to be having that I didn't get, I got. So.
And Mr. Jamboys said, and you've probably heard about me in prison, right?
Yes.
And then he told you, and I'll come back just to take care of you if you victimize any more people because I got you out of prison. I will make it a point to come after you. Correct?
Yes.
And despite that, the victimizations continued after Mr. Jamboys got you out of prison.
Yes.
On May 10th, 2011, you broke into Carol Willick's home and stole jewelry from her bedroom.
Yes.
She was a single mom.
I don't know.
You took over $17,000 of jewelry from her home.
Yes.
Did Mr. Jamboys involve himself in that prosecution of you?
I don't believe so.
Now, as you sit here today, you have even more problems, don't you?
Yes.
You've got a pending burglary case.
Yes, it's pending.
That's right. It's just charged and it's ongoing, right?
Yes.
And you're facing 18 and a half years in that case.
Yes.
And it's alleged that once again, you broke into a home and stole several pieces of jewelry.
I haven't seen the discovery yet, so I don't know what it's alleged I've supposed to stole, so I can't answer that.
What was alleged is that they plotted your cell phone that was registered to Michael Kaiser, which is an alias of yours.
Okay.
You've got another case of fraud against financial institutions of over $10,000 and fraud against financial institutions $500 to $10,000. Correct?
Yes.
And in that case, between the two counts, you're facing 16 years in prison.
15.
And it's alleged in that case that in May of 2019, you opened a bank account with the Waukesha State Bank, and over the next 4 days deposited 3 checks from your girlfriend's account and 1 from a different account of yours, totaling over $15,000.
Is this the charges you just discussed?
Yes.
Yeah, then yes.
And then within days of that, you did 8 cash withdrawals from that new account.
Objection, Your Honor, this pertains to matters for which this defendant has not been convicted. He's still,
That's sustained. He has a right.
I'm not asking him to admit.
You're asking him very sensitive questions.
I am. I'm trying to outline what he's
I would
facing.
not go there.
You've got one other pending case.
Yes.
That's an obstructing an officer charge, right?
Yes.
And for that, you're facing 9 months in jail.
Correct.
Mike Kaiser, Kyle Rezick, Aaron Galvin, and Aaron Dillard. Those are all names that you've gone by, right?
Correct.
Have I missed any other aliases?
None that I can recall.
Now, there's another deal for you for your testimony today, isn't there?
I don't know if it's a deal or not. It's just their prosecution's going to write a letter saying I testified truthfully.
Truthfully, as determined by Mr. Jamboys as it was in 2008.
The truth is the truth.
That's the deal you had in 2008 for the Waukesha obstructing charge, right?
Yes.
And in that case, you got no jail
Correct.
after getting that letter.
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Jamboys?
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So first of all, I would move Exhibit D71 into evidence. That's the recorded statement or interview that was done with Aaron Dillard on October 10th.
All right, 71 is received.
And I'd also move S69, which is the letter that the defendant wrote to his attorney, Gretchen Rosenke.
69 is received.
I'm sorry, it's the letter that Aaron Dillard wrote to Gretchen Rosenke. So you wrote a letter to Gretchen Rosenke, and that letter was 7 pages long,
Correct.
and then there was an interview that you were a part of, and the transcript of that is 35 pages long,
Correct.
correct? So there's a little bit more detail in the 35-page interview than there is in the 6-page letter.
Correct.
But let's go through the points that you made in the letter and the points that you made in the interview. Well, let's talk about your history and your experience as a con man. The direct and the cross-examination pretty accurately laid out your prior history as a con man.
Yes.
Is that something you're proud of?
No, I'm ashamed of it.
You're embarrassed by it?
I'm very embarrassed by it.
And yet, when you got out the last time, you continued to engage in fraudulent conduct.
Correct.
In your interview, you indicated that you had a gambling addiction.
Yes.
Did you ever get treatment for your gambling addiction?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you gambled?
Probably 2 years ago.
So in order to feed your gambling addiction, you would befriend people and then defraud money from them?
Yes.
And so we were talking about a particular skill set. In order to get people to give you money, you have to earn their trust?
Yes.
And so did you use that skill set when you first were locked up with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
You gained his trust?
Yes, I did.
So tell the jury what sort of things you did to gain Mark Jensen's trust.
I gave him information he could use in his defense, like with the toxicology reports and the skin samples or the samples that were lost, to ask for new tests on them, and if they couldn't provide the samples, then you could get that evidence thrown out, things like that. I'd give him ways to just combat what the defense was going to come at him with, or what the prosecution would come at him with.
So Mark Jensen told you that some things were lost at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
Yes.
Now, you wouldn't have known about documents missing from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab unless Mark Jensen told you about it.
Correct.
There's nothing about that in Ed Klug's transcript, is there?
No.
And for that matter, there's nothing about that. Even if you'd read the interview, well, of course, you never read the interview transcript between
No.
Mark Jensen and Paul Ratzberg.
No.
So the only way you'd know that there was anything missing from the records of the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab is if Mark Jensen told you that.
Correct.
And that's what Mark Jensen told you.
Correct.
And then after he told you that, you suggested that he should ask that those samples be retested,
Correct.
with the expectation that if they were lost, then his case could get kicked out.
Yes.
Did Mark Jensen seem to be interested in that information?
Very interested. He got on the phone and called somebody to talk to him about it.
Almost immediately after you gave him this information, he got on the phone?
Yes.
You heard him talking to this person on the phone.
Yes.
You don't know who that person was.
No, I don't know who it was.
So after you provided this information, could you discern whether or not it appeared that Mark Jensen was trusting you more after you gave him that valuable information?
Yes, he was trusting me more.
And did he start to divulge more information to you?
Yes.
Now, when you first started talking with Mark Jensen about his case, what aspect of his case was it that Mark Jensen seemed most upset about?
The Edward Klug testimony.
Were you aware that it was after Ed Klug testified that Mr. Jensen's bond was substantially increased, and at that point he was incarcerated?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I actually saw that in the newspaper.
So that's what was really uppermost in Mark Jensen's mind at that point, was this guy Ed Klug testifies and suddenly his bond gets jacked up and he's put in jail.
Yes.
And that's why he was upset about Ed Klug's testimony.
Yes, said everybody was out to get him.
Now, what did he tell you about Ed Klug?
He told me he was an attention getter, that he's just looking for the limelight, and basically that's mostly it, you know, besides what he did.
Now, at some point, he came around and he told you that he wished he hadn't opened his stupid mouth around his coworker about him wanting to kill his wife.
That's correct.
And that's on page 3 of the letter that you wrote to your attorney.
Correct.
Now, when he started talking to you, did Mark Jensen just spill everything all at once, or did it come out in stages?
Everything kind of came out in stages throughout the conversation on the 16th. On the 15th, we just, you know, talked, and then on the 16th he started telling me, and then it came out, and then I would get somebody to try to listen to the conversation that we had, and then it would stop, you know, when the person was trying to listen.
So when was it that you told him about having his attorney or somebody asked to have these samples retested?
On the 15th.
Do you remember when on the 15th? Was it in the morning or the afternoon?
I believe it was the mid-evening, like around 6 o'clock or so, 5, 6 o'clock.
So it was on the evening of the 16th that you suggested to him that he should have these toxicology samples retested?
Of the 15th.
On the evening of the 15th?
On the evening of the 15th.
So that was the second day that you were in the...
Correct.
And so during the day on the 15th, what had you been doing insofar with regard to Mark Jensen?
Just talking to him about his case and getting him to open up about it and just speaking to him.
At some point you read, he allowed you to read the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the forfeiture hearing?
Yes.
Did you read anything else?
Nothing else.
That's the only thing that you read?
Correct.
So you may have obtained some information from Ed Klug's transcript, or you did receive information from Ed Klug's transcript, correct?
Yes.
Did he talk to you about the conference that he and Ed Klug had been at about a month before Julie died?
Yes.
What did he tell you about this conference?
He said that he shouldn't have mouthed off to his colleague because he was getting drunk, and he mouthed off to his colleague and shouldn't have done that because he had poisoned his wife on the way during that trip.
So he told you that he'd poisoned his wife before he left on that trip?
Correct.
Did he say anything else about poisoning his wife before he went on that trip?
No.
Do you recall reading anything in Ed Klug's transcript, in the transcript of his testimony, about Mark Jensen telling Ed Klug that he'd already poisoned his wife?
No, I don't believe that was in there. I don't think that was in his transcript.
So the only source of information about Mark Jensen poisoning his wife before he went on that trip was Mark Jensen.
Correct.
He also told you that when he got home from the trip, his wife had thrown up all over the carpet?
That is correct.
Now, that also was not in the transcript of Ed Kluge's testimony, was it?
No.
I mean, so the only way you'd find that out is from Mark Jensen telling you that.
That's correct.
Did he make any other statement about his attempt to poison his wife or his attempt to murder his wife before he left for that conference a month earlier?
Just that he shouldn't have opened his stupid mouth to Edward Kluge about it. That would have really screwed him up if she died on that weekend or that trip.
Did he tell you anything about whether he was lucky that she didn't die when...
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he was lucky that she didn't die on that trip or he had really been screwed.
No, he also told you that on... What did he tell you about Julie going to the doctor, if you can recall?
He told me that she got prescribed Paxil and that he was trying to get her to go because she was depressed, things like that.
So in your letter, page 4, you wrote, on a Tuesday, he took her to a doctor, and that doctor gave her a prescription for Paxil. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
And then your interview on page 15, bottom page 14, I don't know what days they were. I don't know exactly what day, but he said they went to the doctor, and she said she was just feeling just down and this and that, and they got a prescription of Paxil. And so that's what you indicated in the interview.
Correct.
And in the letter, you indicated later that day, he gave her the Paxil as well as Benadryl, St. John's wort, Literol, which was actually Librium,
Librium, yes.
and other drugs to make her woozy. That's what you wrote in your letter?
Yes.
And then in the statement, you said, and at that time, he told me they went home, and she took the Paxil, and she took more medications. It was, the St. John's wort. He kept saying about the St. John's wort. He kept saying about the Librium and then the Benadryl, and he said she took the Benadryl and the Librium and all that, and that's the first night when he gave her the antifreeze. That's what you indicated in the interview on page 15?
I believe so, yes.
And in the letter, you wrote later that day, he gave her the Paxil as well as Benadryl, St. John's wort, Literol, and other drugs to make her woozy. He then gave her a few glasses of juice with antifreeze in it, correct?
Correct.
And when you were asked, and this is again on page 15, did he tell you how he got her to drink the antifreeze? You replied, yeah, he said she was so loopy and everything. He says he mixed it with juice, and he said, here, this will make you feel better, and he gave it to her because she was really, really out of it, really loopy and tired and more. I don't know what the word he used was, but just sleepy, really out of it. And so he'd give her stuff to drink. And that's consistent with what you wrote in your letter, correct?
Yes.
And then in your letter you wrote later that evening, He said she was up, jumping around on the bed and saying she was drunk. He said he took her to the computer to comfort her and show her it was a side effect of the Paxil. That's what you wrote in the letter, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, and you said in your statement, and again this is on page 15, and so then he gave her the antifreeze that day, and then at nighttime he said she was acting like a nutcase. She was up on the bed, dancing around, saying, "Oh, I'm so drunk, I feel so drunk." He was telling me all that, and then he told me about how he went to the internet to show her that Paxil was a side effect of drunkenness, you know. He said, "Oh, look, it's just the Paxil, don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah." So they said everything calmed down, and she ended up going to bed. And the next day, he went to the doctor and told him she was acting drunk. She's, you know, all crazy, wouldn't sleep at all at night. And he got her sleeping medication, which is the Ambien. He got her Ambien. And he said he came home after the doctor and gave her the Ambien, and she was sleeping. That's what you said in your statement on October 10th, 2007?
Yes.
And in your letter, you wrote, the next day he said he went to the doctor to talk to him about her, and that doctor gave him the medicine Ambien. He went home and gave her that. He said that way she would sleep through all the effects of the antifreeze. He said that he gave her some more juice with the antifreeze, and he intoned when he said juice. So he said it was like juice, meaning that it was not just juice.
Yes.
And in your statement, he said he came home after the doctor and gave her the Ambien, and she was sleeping. And when she woke up, he gave her more of the antifreeze, another glass of it. And at that point, he said that that whole day she was throwing up and she was just really out of it.
Correct.
And you wrote in the letter, that night he said the kids were worried about her, so they sat with her a bit and watched TV. He said he gave her more Ambien to sleep. That's what you wrote in your letter, correct?
Correct.
And in the statement, you indicated on page 16, and then that night he sat with TV and watched TV with the kids and something like that, and she would just ask for a lot of water, and she was drinking a lot of water and throwing up. So he told you about the TV both, and
Yes.
both you indicated that in the letter and also in the statement that you gave to myself and the other people assembled in that interview, correct?
Correct.
And in the letter you said that night he said the kids were worried about her, so they sat with her a bit and watched TV. And he said he gave her more Ambien to sleep. He said the next day was so hard for him, was kind of teary. He said she was really sick in the morning and the kids wanted to call the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And in your statement on October 10th, you wrote, so that night he gave her more of the Ambien, then he said the next day when she woke up, she was really bad. It was that she was breathing real hard, breathing just really nauseous, and she couldn't get out of bed. She wouldn't lift her head, and she wouldn't do anything. And at that point, that's when he told the kids wanted to call an ambulance, and he got real nervous about it. He said he didn't know what to do at that point because, I can't send her to the hospital. So he said that he told the kids that if Mom isn't better by the time you get home from school, we'll call the ambulance or we'll take her to the hospital. That's what you indicated in your statement?
Yes.
In your interview? And in the letter you wrote, he said the next day was so hard for him, was kind of teary. He said she was really sick in the morning and the kids wanted to call an ambulance. He calmed them. He said he gave her another sleeping pill so she would just sleep, and said to me he thought she would be dead by the time he got home from running around. And in your statement, you wrote, it said, so he took her to school. What you meant to say is he took the kids to school?
Correct.
He said he took her to school, but he took the kids to school, and at that point he came back, and then that's when he told me about him. He said he was worried because she wasn't breathing hard anymore. Is that what you wrote? And that's what you said in your statement on October 10th, 2007?
Yes.
And in your letter, you wrote, he said he gave her another sleeping pill so she would sleep. Said to me he thought she would be dead by the time he got home from running around. He said he went out, kids' school, came back, some check thing, and came home. He said she was breathing better, and he was scared. She was not going to die before the kids got home. Correct?
That's correct.
What you wrote in the statement? So in your statement, in your letter to your attorney, after indicating she was breathing better, he was scared she was not going to die before the kids got home, they would force him to call an ambulance. He said she was sound asleep and very non-responsive. Said she was sleeping on her back, and he rolled her over a bit, and she did not wake up. So he rolled her over on her face with her face in the pillow. He thought that would make it hard for her to breathe. He left her for a bit and came back, and she was still alive. Then he got on top of her, pushed her head in the pillow, and sat on her back so she could not breathe, and she died, and he went to work. That's what you indicated in your statement, in your letter to Gretchen Rosanke. Is that true?
That's correct.
And in your statement, you indicated, he said he said she wasn't raspy breathing. He didn't know what was going to happen at that point. And he said he got nervous. He said he got real nervous at that point. And he sat on her. He sat on her back, and he said, I couldn't have the kids come home because I couldn't have an excuse. So he said he sat on her back and then pushed her face into the pillow, and then he killed her. And then at that point, he left for work or whatever.
Correct.
What page is that?
Page 16. Now, all of this information I just told you, that was not in Ed Klug's transcript, was it?
No, it was not.
The only possible source of this information would be Mark Jensen.
Yes.
And you hadn't seen the crime scene photos showing Julie in such a position that it appeared as though she'd been rolled on her side.
No, I've not.
And you had not seen the autopsy photos that indicate that there was bruising along the rib cage, right, that would line up with where her arm was underneath her.
No, I have not.
So you had no idea that the physical evidence in this case would correspond perfectly to the description that Mark Jensen gave you about the manner in which he murdered Julie Jensen.
No.
Now, you knew as Mark Jensen was telling you this information that this could be valuable to you.
Correct.
So you wanted to make a point to ensure that the information that you obtained from him, you accurately relate it to law enforcement or to the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you hope to use that in order to get yourself out of jail.
Yes.
And it worked out just the way you'd hoped.
Yes.
Just kind of like when you got the money from the people that you defrauded money out of, you felt this success that you got some money, right?
Yes.
And you felt some success because you got what you wanted in this case.
Well, I mean, yes.
But you got it in this case by telling the truth about what happened.
Correct.
And you knew that telling the truth was an essential component of every aspect of getting any kind of a deal from the prosecution.
Yes.
And in this case, now you're testifying, and the only thing you're going to get is a letter from the prosecutor to the current prosecutor indicating that you've testified truthfully in this case.
Correct.
You wanted us to write a letter requesting leniency on your behalf.
Yes, I did. I didn't want to be in prison again and be under all this.
And we categorically rejected that proposition, didn't we?
That's correct.
You're not getting any kind of a request or recommendation of leniency from this prosecutor, are you?
No.
Nor from the prosecutor seated to my left.
Correct.
The only thing you're going to get is a letter indicating that you testified truthfully in this case.
Correct.
Now, among the skill sets that you've developed over the years as you defraud people out of their money, and you got Mark Jensen to tell you what happened in this case, among the skill sets you got, you never learned to talk to the dead, did you?
No, I have not.
You're a con man, but you're not a seer.
Correct.
So the only way you could have gotten the information that you described to this jury about the manner in which Mark Jensen murdered his wife, you got it from Mark Jensen, isn't that true?
That is correct.
Now, Thomas Kaiser is your cousin,
That is correct.
and Thomas Kaiser got tagged with a charge, but was it 2007 or 2006, something like that?
Sure, yes.
And you gave information to law enforcement at that time
Yes.
against Thomas Kaiser.
Yes, I did.
And did that leave Mr. Kaiser kind of peevish toward you?
I think it may have.
Yeah. So he may have an axe to grind with you.
Yes.
You indicated that in the jail you invited somebody to come over and listen.
Yes.
And who was the person that you invited to come over and listen?
Dion Hardison,
And why did you make that special invitation to Dion Hardison?
because I wanted somebody else to hear what Mark was saying.
And Dion Hardison, is he white or is he African American?
African American.
So when did Dion Hardison try to come over and listen in on your conversations with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And that was in response to your invitation to Dion Hardison?
Correct.
And when Dion Hardison would come over to try to listen, what would Mark Jensen do?
He was shut down.
So he wouldn't talk about it in front of Dion Hardison.
Correct.
While you were there, did he talk to anybody else about his case besides you?
Yes.
Who else did he talk to?
I don't know his name, but I think he was in cell 5 or 6.
Describe him if you can.
Gosh. I think he was about 6 foot, 220, white guy.
And do you remember what he said? Were you present when he talked to that other guy?
I was near, so I could hear things, but it was kind of the similar things we were talking about how the Klug statement, how he was a attention getter and all that.
Did he confess to that other guy about killing Julie?
That I do not know.
So is there any other person that was in the cell block that he confessed to besides you that you are aware of?
No.
Was it hard to get Mark Jensen to talk about the case?
Not really. He seemed like he wanted to talk about it.
But when he was talking to the other people, he wasn't telling them that he'd murdered his wife.
What I believe, yeah, he did not.
You never heard him say that to any other person.
Correct.
But you're the only person that provided him information about checking on this tax stuff from St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab.
Objection beyond the scope of what this witness has testified that he knows.
Well, you attacked his credibility pretty good, so I'm going to give the state a little leeway. Go ahead, Mr. Jim Wise.
Could you read the last question back, please? Nothing further on redirect, Your Honor.
Recross?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You just got done testifying that in your letter or in your interview that Mark Jensen told you he mixed 1/3 antifreeze, 2/3 juice, correct?
Correct.
We've talked about how you testified in this case previously, right?
Correct.
On January 18th, Counselor, I'll direct your attention to page 109, lines 19 through 22. You were asked, did he tell you how much antifreeze and how much in the juice? Answer, no. No, not exactly the amount. He didn't go into detail about that.
Yeah, he said roughly 1/3 to 2/3, so that wasn't exact amounts.
How many people were in the cell block with you in 2007?
7 others.
7 others, and how big is the common area?
About, I don't know, about 12 feet by 25 feet.
And when you were having this discussion, was everyone else in their cells?
Sometimes they were, sometimes they weren't.
In all your experience that we went through with the different frauds you've committed, do you think that if you said that you read Detective Ratsburg's interrogation transcript, that it would be convincing that you got your information from the mouth of Mark Jensen?
I've never read Detective Ratsburg's information, so I couldn't answer that question.
Do you think you would have gotten a deal from the state if you had told the state that Mark Jensen denied killing his wife?
Yeah, why would I? Yeah.
You would have gotten the
would've.
same consideration if you had said that he denied killing his wife.
No.
Nothing else.
All right, we are done with this witness then. For the record, is our next witness.
The next witness is Lindley Kapelish, number 30.
And how long is the direct going to take?
So this witness and the next one are quite short.
All right, let's call this witness then. Number 30.
Yeah, so the state, for the record, is calling Lindley Kapelish.
All right. Just remain stand, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to that microphone. And then if you could spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Sure. Lindley, Lynley, Kapelish, Kapellellusch.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
How are you currently employed?
I work for the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department in the Jail Division.
Now I want you to think back to the 1990s, particularly starting in 1996. During that time period, where were you employed?
Robert W. Baird and Company.
And what kind of company is that?
It was an investment firm.
And what was your job there?
Sales assistant.
And so what were your job duties?
I would assist the brokers as well as answering the phone.
And how long did you work there?
From August of 96 to August of 2002.
And did your time working there overlap with Mark Jensen working there?
Yes.
And what was his job there?
He was a financial advisor.
Now, were you in that job, were you the primary person answering the phone?
Correct. I would be the first one to answer the phone, and then if I was on the phone, it would bounce back to two other women that I worked with.
So during the time period when you worked there and Mark Jensen worked there, so August of 1996 until about June of 1998, did you ever receive any harassing phone calls?
No, not to my knowledge.
So as the receptionist, you don't recall any phone calls where anyone yelled at you or swore at you?
No.
Were there any phone calls that Mark Jensen complained about that were harassing in nature?
No.
Were you told as the receptionist, hey, be on the lookout, there might be harassing phone calls for Mark Jensen?
No.
And how was the mail handled in this office when incoming mail would arrive?
Our office manager, Joan, would open the mail.
Is that Joan Scully?
Yes, correct.
And if Joan Scully was not available, would other assistants like yourself open the mail?
Yes, I would open the mail if she was absent.
But mostly it was Joan Scully's
Yes,
job?
she was primary.
And same thing with the phone calls, if you weren't available, another assistant would help?
Correct.
Now, do you ever recall a time period when you worked with Mark Jensen at Baird where there was pornographic images coming in the mail?
No.
Do you ever recall him complaining about pornographic images being left on his vehicle?
No.
And were you ever warned, you or any of the other employees that you're aware of, were you ever warned that there might be pornographic images coming in the mail for Mark Jensen?
No.
Now, during this time period that Mark Jensen worked with you, did you have occasion to meet Julie Jensen at all?
Yes. Yes.
And what were those circumstances?
She would come into the office with the boys.
And so, on occasion, Julie would visit her husband?
Yes, they would bring him McDonald's or come in and see him.
And occasionally the children would be there too?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Across?
That would be me, Ms. Renner, Your
Go
Honor.
ahead.
Can you remind me one more time how to say your last name?
Sure, Capellish.
Capellish, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, I understand you worked with Mr. Jensen at Baird,
Correct.
and that would have been starting around August 1996
Correct.
until he left the office?
Correct.
You did not make the transfer to Stifel Nicholas with him, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, you indicated that your job was a sales assistant, right?
Yes. Yes.
And as part of that job, you would answer telephone calls.
Yes.
And occasionally, then you would transfer those to the brokers.
Yes.
Now, you were first talked to about this case in 2007, right?
Yes.
And at the time, where were you working?
For the Kenosha County Jail, Kenosha County.
All right. So at that point, you were being asked to remember back a decade.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you wouldn't necessarily remember hang-up calls that happened in the office 10 years ago?
No, I wouldn't remember them if people call the wrong number and they hang up without saying anything. It wouldn't stand out, no.
And additionally, did the brokers have direct phone lines?
No,
They did not have the ability, like people couldn't call Mr. Jensen directly without going through you?
not that I know of, no. I had to transfer calls.
Okay. If there was a private line or a direct line, would you have known about it?
I would assume so. I don't know of any direct lines.
Okay. So you would have to remain on the call with Mr. Jensen or any of the other brokers?
No, I would transfer the call.
Okay, so you would transfer the call to a different phone number where the broker would pick up.
Right,
So there was a separate phone number for for each of the individual brokers.
and that, yes.
Otherwise, you would have to have remained on every single call with every
Correct.
single broker.
Right, correct. No, I transferred it to their phone.
So there were private lines. You're just not aware if anybody outside of the business had them?
I am not aware of people calling into them, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, did you, as part of your duties, keep a log of everyone who called for each of the brokers?
No,
So you would receive calls from people who are not current clients, is that correct?
correct.
And those, even though you didn't know who the person was, you would transfer them to the brokers?
Correct.
And Mark would take those calls, correct?
If it was his day, yes.
And you didn't stay on the line after a call was transferred?
No,
So you don't know what actually was said on any phone call that was transferred after you transferred it?
no,
Now, did you have a personal social relationship with Mr. Jensen?
no,
So you didn't hang out with him outside of work?
no,
Didn't talk about your personal problems?
no,
Didn't talk about his personal problems?
no.
Go ahead.
Now, I'm going to be showing you here what is marked as Exhibit D68. Can you tell what that is?
It looks like a copy of a postcard.
Okay. And that postcard is addressed to Mr. Jensen at Baird.
Yes, it's addressed to Baird and Company and attention Mr. Jensen on the bottom.
Okay. And have you seen this postcard while you were working at Baird?
No,
So you didn't have interaction with this postcard and it was not brought to your attention?
no,
So you've never seen that before?
nope, not
Not as part of your employment?
the first time I testified is the first time I saw it, but no.
I can take that. Now, when you were employed at Baird, you were aware that Mr. Jensen had hired a private investigator? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that this private investigator staked out Mr. Jensen's car at the office for a day?
No.
Redirect?
So just to be clear, when you answered the phone and someone asked to speak with a broker, would you have that person identify themselves?
I would. I would have them identify themselves if that was their client. A lot of times if they were call-ins or walk-ins and the broker of the day was the term, then I would just forward the call to them saying it's a call-in or potential.
But you would want to give the broker the name of the person calling, regardless who it was.
Yes, they like that.
And your understanding of how the lines worked at Baird was all the incoming calls would be essentially sorted through you.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on those two questions?
But again, you didn't keep a log of who was calling, right?
No.
And you didn't do any investigation to determine if the name they were giving you was their real name?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness?
Yes, I do.
What number?
So this is number 43, Ann Lynch.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear. Okay, do you solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
As close as you can to that microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Ann Lynch,
And if you could just spell both your first and last name.
Annelynch.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, Ms. Lynch, can you tell us, did you know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
I did.
And how did you get to know Julie Jensen?
Her son, younger son Douglas, was in my class at preschool.
And so, about what year, what time period would Douglas have been in your class?
In 98.
And what was the name of this preschool?
Kids Castle.
And what was the time period that this class was held? Was it every day? Was it half a day? Can you tell us about that?
The school itself was every day, Monday through Friday. He was part-time, I believe, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
And would that be part of the day as well?
He was probably until lunch break, maybe 11:30, 11.
So during 1998, during what would have been that school year, you would have seen Douglas 3 days a week?
Yes,
And it's about for half a day each day?
yes.
And who was the person who would pick up and drop off and pick up Douglas?
Julie,
And through that, did you meet Julie Jensen then?
yes.
Now, I'd like you to think of the time period shortly before Julie Jensen died. During that time period, did Julie Jensen have a discussion with you about Douglas going into the kids' castle full time?
Yes, she did.
And can you tell us about that discussion?
She came to pick up Douglas and was very upset. She was crying, said that her marriage was over, and she was afraid that Douglas would have to be in preschool for full time. She was worried about him.
And so was that connected with her saying her marriage was over, that Douglas would have to go full time?
Yes, she'd have to get a full-time job and was worried about Douglas going to school, being 3 at full-time.
And so she expressed that concern to you?
Yes.
Now, she indicated to you that her marriage was over, so was it your understanding that she was looking into divorce?
Yes.
And then getting a full-time job?
Correct.
And therefore, at the kids' castle, Douglas would have to be there all day?
Yes.
And she seemed distressed about this situation?
She did. She was crying and shaking.
And about how long after that conversation did you learn that Julie Jensen had died?
It might have been the last conversation I had with her. I couldn't tell you for sure.
After Julie Jensen's death, did you go to the funeral?
I did.
And was there anything at the funeral that was that happened that you recall?
I had went over to Douglas. He was coloring in a book, and his father came over and talked to me, explaining that Julie had multiple doctors and multiple medications, and that it was the mixture of this that caused her death.
And so you mean by Douglas's father, are you referring to Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Did you ask him about how Julie had died?
No.
So he just came up to you and started talking about this?
Yes.
What was his demeanor like when he talked to you?
Just matter of fact. He didn't seem upset or distraught or anything.
And so after Julie Jensen had died, did Mark Jensen continue to bring Douglas to the kids' castle?
He did.
And did Douglas's schedule change at that point?
It was all Monday through Friday, full time.
I have no further questions.
Doing
Thank you.
across.
Attorney Krause.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lynch, prior to the funeral, you had limited contact with Mr. Jensen?
Yes,
Most of your contact was with Julie.
correct.
She was the primary pickup and drop-off person.
Yes.
You didn't have any contact with Mr. Jensen prior to this visitation or funeral?
He had dropped off.
I meant in the hours leading up to it. I'm sorry, that was a bad question.
No, I did not.
You don't know if he had grieved privately with his family or his pastor?
I do not.
The limited contact you had with Mr. Jensen prior to the funeral, did he talk a lot about his personal life?
No.
You weren't friends with him?
No.
You had testified that Douglas went full-time. Was that after Ms. Jensen's passing?
Correct.
And before that, it was 11 to 11:30.
About that, yes.
After he went full-time, what time was Douglas done with daycare?
I was gone when he would be picked up, so I'm not sure what the hour was.
What time did you generally leave?
1.
When you talked to Julie Jensen shortly before her passing, you had testified that she was crying
Yes.
and shaking
Yes.
because she was upset that her son had to go into full-time daycare.
That and
The fact that you might be getting a divorce.
correct.
The conversation that you had with Ms. Jensen, do you know what the time period was between that conversation and her passing?
I do not.
Was it a month earlier?
I'd have to say it was a little bit less than that.
When you talked to Ms. Jensen on that day, she never expressed any concerns about being afraid of her husband.
No.
She expressed concerns because her marriage was ending
Correct.
and she had to put her son in daycare.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Just to clarify the timing of that conversation, did you testify that this particular conversation about marriage ending, that might have been the last conversation you had with Julie Jensen?
It might have been, yes. I don't remember for sure.
And so do you know how long before her death that was?
Not for sure, no.
Okay, and you're just trying to remember back to 1998.
Right. Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any questions? Thank you. All right, you're excused. Thank you. All right, I think it's a good time to take our morning break, folks. Again, please don't talk about the case. Take your break. Thank you. All right, before we take our break, who's our next witness, Ms. McNeil?
So that will be Paul Griffin.
What number is that?
'22.
22. Do we have any issues of any witnesses this morning that we have to discuss prior convictions?
Yes, we're going to have David Thompson, and he has a number of priors that we have.
All right, why don't you guys talk during the break, see if you can come up with a number, and we'll put it on the record, okay? Thank you. The jury, Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury is not in the courtroom. I just want to put on the record the court did receive a letter from a defense witness. It was emailed to the clerk, but it's addressed to the court. I did give copies to each side, so the attorneys for the prosecution and the defense have a copy of that letter. And then, Ms. McNeil, do we have a number for prior convictions for Mr. Thompson?
So we have the same debate as we had for Mr. Dillard. We are agreeing on the number, it's just based on the years, how far back the court goes. So if the court went simply back 10 years from today, it would be 4. If the court went 10 years back with 2007, when David Thompson initially became a witness in this case, then the total number would become 10.
Well, to be consistent, I'm going to say 10. That's what we did for Mr. Dillard. So, okay, so whoever's going to talk to him, tell him the number is 10. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes? All right, bring the jury out. It's got to get scanned. All right, we are back on the record. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury is back in the courtroom for the record. With that, your next witness, Ms. McNeil, or Mr. Jamboys.
Your Honor, the state will call Paul Griffin.
All right. Standing, raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
My name is Paul Griffin, Paulgriffin.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
And Mr. Griffin, could you please pull the microphone that looks like this, pull it as close to your mouth as possible? And Mr. Griffin, do you know Julie Jensen?
Yes, Julie was my sister,
And is she your younger sister or your older sister?
my older sister. She was 4 years older than I am.
Did you have any other siblings?
Yes, I have 3 brothers.
So why don't you tell me the ages of your siblings, and starting with the oldest and working your way down?
Okay, my oldest brother, Larry, he's 10 years older than I am. Then there was another brother named Richard, and then Julie, and then my brother Michael, who was 2 years older than I am, then me, then my brother Patrick, which was 5 years younger than I am. So in total, we had five children in our family, ranging 15-year range.
And you'd mentioned a brother, Richard, and can you tell us about Richard, if you know?
Richard was older than I, so he unfortunately died at a young age before I was born.
So you never met Richard?
No.
Now, tell me about your parents.
I wish you all could have met my family, could know my family. My parents, my father, Ray Griffin, he worked at American Motors Company here in Kenosha. Before that, he worked for Simmons Mattress and Peter Pierce Fire Truck Building Company.
And when your father was working for American Motors, what did he do at American Motors?
He was a designer, a drafter. So my understanding, and this I learned later because I met someone who worked with him, who actually worked with me later in life. And he used to design in a lot of the things in the car that weren't designed in, like the air conditioning units and things like that. Kind of like the second thoughts of the design, or the things that had to go into the cars before they went into production.
And what did your mother do, if you can recall?
My mom was a homemaker. She took care of the family. She cooked and cleaned and provided, all the necessary things in our home. At one point, she did work part-time.
So what kind of father was your father?
My father had grown up as a farmer in Bristol here, and he was fair but firm. As kids growing up, if you were bad, you'd get a spanking. It was simple as that. And once in a while, if you were really bad, you'd get a swat on the rear with a willow stick, But my mom was always there to say, he's had enough. So, my parents were really good, loving parents. They taught us to be fair, kind, not lie, not steal. We attended church regularly. My mother was Lutheran, and three of us, my brother Michael, and Julie were raised Lutheran. My father was Catholic, a devout Catholic, and for some reason our family remained that way. As a kid, it was a cool thing to tell my friends, yeah, my family split religion, but it was never an issue, and we just went to different churches, and always went to church on the holidays and every Sunday.
So, what sort of things did your family do together?
We were big into camping. My dad, being a very creative, resourceful designer, actually bought a Jelco school bus and parked it in our driveway for like a few months and converted it into a fully functional RV.
What was in this fully functional RV?
It had bunk beds in the back. It had a bathroom in the back with a toilet and a shower. It had a pull-out bed that was a couch. It didn't have a TV, I don't remember, but we weren't into watching TV while camping. It had a stove and refrigerator, a dining room table, and I think he kept two of the original bus seats in it as the dining room table.
And did you often use that RV camper?
Yeah, we used it to go to the Ozarks. We used it for weekend trips when we'd go up to Eau Claire to visit my oldest brother in college. We would take it on long trips, so we went to the Smoky Mountains with it. It was a huge source of pride for my family, my dad, and while it was a Jelco school bus painted tan and brown and said Ray's Rogue on the front of it, which may have been a little bit embarrassing as a teenager, but on the other hand, it was, we would camp next to people that had the really big, fancy, shiny RVs made by companies, and yet they were enthralled and loved it.
Tell us about some of the, you said your father worked at American Motors. Did you ever go on any camping expeditions that were connected to American Motors?
Yes, my father would take us to, yearly we would go to the proving grounds, and I think it was in East Troy, Wisconsin, where we would camp there for a few days, and all the engineering people would bring their campers and buses and camp out there. And
this was a company-sponsored event?
Yes.
So what sort of activities did you and your family engage in at this company-sponsored event?
Well, my dad, we got to see all the new, like, Javelins and AMXs and all the new concept cars from AMC at the time. And then my dad would take us, like, the entire family and ride us on the test track with all the bumps and test ride for the vehicles.
Were there other activities that you did with your that you did as a family together besides camping?
Yeah, tons of activities. We ice skated, roller skated. We went to Red's roller rink a lot as a family. Being a one-income family, I look back on this and I respect my father so much for providing so much. We were always proud of what we had and proud of who we were. And, you know, my dad made things work even with five kids. So, you know, sometimes we wore hand-me-downs and shopped at Goodwill, but we all had ice skates, so we would go. We lived on 82nd Street, which at that time was a gravel road and dead-ended into a cornfield. And if you walked like what seemed like a mile as a kid, but it may have been like a quarter mile, but if you walked into that cornfield, you found a pond. And so in the winter, when it was cold enough, and that pond would freeze over, my dad would drive us to the end of 82nd Street, and we'd all go walk, you know, through the cornfield and go ice skating on that pond. We did a lot of camping, even in our yard when the bus was parked in our yard, which was like an acre of land. We would have sleepovers, so I'd invite my friends, and we'd sleep in the bus overnight and do sleepovers. So there was always something going on at the Griffins, whether it was Julie and her friends sleeping over, or the boys, you know, and our friends.
I was going to ask you, on all these camping trips and everything, Julie participated in that as well?
Yes.
Now, tell me about music and your family.
Music became a big part of our family when, I don't remember the year, but the accordion was the instrument to play back in the 1970s. And so my brother and sister, Julie and Michael, they both took accordion lessons at the Music Center when it used to be on 52nd Street. And so my dad would bring me to go pick them up or drop them off for lessons. And so I became interested in drums. Well, so when I was about 12, my parents bought me my first drum set for Christmas. And so that's how I started as a drummer. But music became a big part. My brother Michael and I formed our own band and started playing for the Danish Brotherhood for parties and dances. And so my parents would drive us. And from that we got jobs at weddings and parties and dances. My parents were excellent dancers, and every Saturday night when we were at home, we'd camp out in the living room with our homemade pillows that my mom made us, and my parents would go to square dancing. And so Julie was the one that would babysit us, and a lot of times we got in trouble, but and caused a lot of trouble for Julie. But I learned quickly that if she sat on me and tickled me, I was done.
So there's been discussion of, there was some reference to some family history of depression. Were you familiar with any history of depression in your family? Did you ever see any evidence of depression in your family?
Never, no. I was not aware of anything.
So you had a happy childhood?
Yes, I'm very proud of my childhood, and I believe my brothers are too.
Can you tell me about the last time that you spoke to Julie before her death?
It was a few weeks before her death, and I was never a real big talk on the phone kind of guy, and being that you had to sit, you know, with a landline at that time, a lot of times Julie would talk to me and my wife at the time, Jill, and so we would share conversations, you know, she would talk to me for a while, then she'd talk to Jill.
Now, so in 1998, you were married to Jill?
Yes.
And how many children did you have at that time with Jill?
Three children, yeah.
And where did you and Jill live?
We lived in Pleasant Prairie on 39th Avenue and 93rd Street in a house that I built.
In a house that you built?
Yes.
And So, how long a drive is that from where Mark and Julie lived?
It was about 3 miles, maybe.
So, pretty close by.
Yes.
And tell us about visiting with the Jensens, with Mark and Julie, and with them visiting with you. How often would that occur?
We would get together on holidays, birthdays mainly, birthdays for the kids. And holidays were more for family, so Julie was busy with the Jensens a lot, and I was busy with my wife's family. So we didn't see each other as much on holidays.
So, when's the last time that you saw Julie before she died?
I believe the last time would have been my son's birthday on August 25th.
Of 1998.
Yes,
And where did you celebrate your son's birthday?
at my house.
And Julie was there?
Yes.
And who was with her?
Mark, David, and Douglas.
And what was your perception of Julie when she was at your house for your son's birthday?
She was as normal, but I know at the time she was a little irritated because Mark was wrestling around with David, where the activity was focused on my son's birthday and opening presents, and so they were being a little distracting. Douglas was glued to Julie always. She was his comfort, and Douglas may have been 2 at the time, I'm guessing. But Douglas was a very quiet child, and he found comfort in always being by Julie. So I clearly remember Julie sitting on the couch and Douglas sitting on her lap.
So, how did you hear that Julie had died?
It was in the evening of December. December 3rd. I got a call at my house from Todd Coster. That was Julie's brother-in-law. And he said, "Paul, I don't know how to tell you this, but Julie died."
So, you'd last seen her in August, and she seemed to be in perfect health.
Yes.
And then you hear she died. So, what's the next thing you did after getting this information that your sister had died?
My wife and I went down to Julie's house, and the police wouldn't let us in there. So then we went to the Jensen's house.
The Jensens, you mean Dan and Florence Jensen's house?
Yes.
And what happened at Dan and Florence Jensen's house?
Well, we sat down, and we were just in shock and not knowing what happened and asking Mark what happened. And he was going over the details of the past few days. And
What did he tell you about the details of the previous 2 days?
he was saying that Julie had been sick and that she had been to the doctor, and he had said that he went to the doctor and got a prescription for her. And I don't recall which, but he mentioned Paxil and Ambien specifically.
And when he mentioned Paxil and Ambien, did he make any suggestion about the effect that those 2 drugs may have had on Julie?
Yes, he was saying that she was acting drunk.
And you recall how his father, Dan Jensen, reacted when Mark was telling you these things?
Yes, he was adamantly yelling at Mark, saying, "You can't say she was acting drunk, and you can't tell the police that." And he was very angry that Mark was using that description for Julie.
At some point, you came to suspect that Mark was responsible for Julie's death. Is that true?
Yes, I suspected him immediately.
After Julie's death, did you try to find out what had happened from the authorities?
Yes, I did. I tried contacting the medical examiner's office, and because my wife and I were interested in helping with David and Douglas in trying to maintain a relationship with them, I talked to Mark, and he urged me to call the medical examiner's office.
Did Mark tell you why he wanted you to call the medical examiner's office?
Well, for the same reason he was wanting to know what they determined as the cause of death for Julie.
At some point, did you speak with Detective Paul Ratzberg?
Yes. This was after I told my wife about my suspicions of Mark. And we got in a huge argument about it because she was not.
Objection. It appears this is going to go into hearsay.
Sustained.
So quite aside from the reaction that your wife had, did you talk to Paul Ratzberg?
Yes, I went and saw him.
And did Paul Ratzberg suggest to you that it might be a good idea to record some conversations with Mark Jensen?
Not after the first visit. It wasn't until after the second visit.
So after the second visit, at that time, has Paul Ratzberg suggested that you record phone conversations with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And what was the purpose that you had in mind for agreeing to this, to record those phone conversations?
To determine exactly Julie's condition on the day before and the day of her death.
So your purpose in having these conversations was to elicit information from Mark Jensen, what he would say about those things?
Yes, I just wanted the truth.
And we have played some of those recordings for you, and you just heard some of them recently. Is that true?
Yes.
And you heard your voice and Mark Jensen's voice on that phone call?
Yes.
I'd request that that I be allowed to play these portions of these phone calls in the presence of the jury, and it's the CD containing this information is State's Exhibit 73, and I'd move it into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, 73 will be played.
Now, as we're playing this, the transcript is going to be on the television, so I'd request you look at and read along as you're hearing this conversation.
Is the transcript marked as a separate exhibit?
It's all on 73.
It's all on 73. The transcript and the recordings are on 73. But we provided you with the transcripts, counsel.
I understand that. I just wanted to know if there was another number.
It's all in one.
So for the record, this is 0828, the time.
Yeah, I didn't even hear her talk Thursday. I mean, she was moving, but she was, I mean, I'm not sure if you know how to describe it. Yeah, it makes sense to you. Breathing was labored, kind of wheezy. She was cognizant of what you're telling her. And you're trying to figure out what's going on with her, so I was asking her questions. And she kind of sat in bed, but she needed support to do it. And I kind of sat behind her on the bed. supporting her when the kids came in and said, good morning and everything to her. We were getting ready to go to school. She was weak enough by Thursday. I doubt she would have been, if she could have gotten out of bed, it would have been crawling. Okay. She went to sleep. I came back and checked on her, and that was, she hadn't moved from when I had seen her in the morning till when we got home. Later that night. Right. Yeah. Basically same position. Yeah.
Okay, so stopping at 10:09.
So that was your voice and Mark Jensen's voice on the phone?
Yes.
And Mark Jensen was telling you that by Thursday, she was weak enough by Thursday. I doubt that she would have been, if she would have got out of bed, it would have been crawling.
Yes.
And then you had another conversation with him?
May I ask which date this is?
So the date of the first one was January 9th, 2000, and this one is February 24th, 2000. And so this one is starting at 6:47.
That's why I was just wondering if, that was something that affected David or.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of doubt there would have. I don't think so because that was a Thursday. I mean, she was barely able to really even speak that morning.
Yeah, that's right.
It was just, I mean, she was sitting up in bed and I was supporting her. It was, and then he got on the bus and took Doug. I took Doug.
Yeah, that's right. You had said she couldn't.
Yeah, so I don't
do anything.
Right. The night before, that was, the night before was when I think, I'm trying to remember it all. Yeah, that was the night we had macaroni and cheese. We made that, and I botched that real good. And she wasn't even awake much. I mean, she was in bed the whole time. I don't think... I mean, she was sleeping most of the time, and the kids were being quiet to not wake her. I mean, there was some conversation that night, but she was pretty much out of it.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so, but
Yeah, it just occurred to me, and I thought,
yeah.
So stopping that at 08:27.
And that was your voice and Mark Jensen's voice on the phone?
Yes.
To get back to your family history again, do you recall going to your mother's funeral or the circumstance surrounding your mother's death?
Yes.
So can you tell us about when did your mother die, if you can recall?
My mother died, if I remember right, was 1991.
And where was she when she died?
In Lake Placid, Florida.
And do you know how she died?
She died from complications from a swimming pool accident.
She basically drowned in a swimming pool, is that?
Yes.
And when you attended her funeral, do you recall seeing Julie there?
Yes.
And who did you go to the funeral with yourself?
I went with my wife, Jill.
And had you and your wife, Jill, suffered a loss earlier?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Where are we going on this, Mr. Jensen?
There was a conversation at the funeral, and I want to hear his version of the conversation.
We'll allow it. Go ahead.
So, Jill had just had a miscarriage,
Yes.
and did you talk with Julie about that?
Yes.
So Julie had learned about the miscarriage?
Yes. It was fresh news because it had just happened recently, and so we were very excited about having children, and so we had to break the news to my family that Jill had miscarried.
And this was very upsetting, a difficult time for you.
Objection, leading, and relevance.
Why don't you just, well, I said it was relevant, but why don't you rephrase the question?
So, you just lost a baby and you just lost your mother.
Yes.
How were you feeling at that time?
I was very shocked, first of all, about my mother's death, and sad because, we had very high hopes in having children.
And did you and Julie have any conversation at your mother's funeral?
Yes.
And what did Julie say or offer at the funeral?
Julie offered to be a surrogate mother for us.
And other people were present when she made that offer?
Yes.
It was very touching.
It was extremely touching for my sister to offer that.
Do you remember when your father died?
Yes.
And when did your father die?
It was 1997.
And what was it that caused your father's death, if you can recall?
He had brain cancer.
Where was he living when this diagnosis occurred?
He was living in Florida by himself at the time he was diagnosed, but then he was in Eau Claire at the time of his death. He was being cared for by my oldest brother.
And do you recall, before going to stay with your brother, do you know where he was staying in Wisconsin?
He stayed with Julie for a while.
And after staying with Julie for a while, then he went and stayed with your brother?
Yes.
And then your father died from the brain cancer a short while later?
Yes.
Do you recall a time when Patrick was a teenager that he got upset about something?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you can remember about that incident.
My brother Patrick was, I believe he was 15 at the time. He, being a 15-year-old, had taken the car without permission, had driven, I think he was going to get a pizza from Pizza Hut, and it was a snowy night, and he slid on the curve of Cooper Road and slid the car off the road, and was found there by the police. He wasn't hurt, but he was in big trouble with my father, so he got grounded.
And Patrick did not respond well to being grounded for taking the car without permission and sliding it into a ditch?
No, and as an act of rebellion, Patrick.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe the statement as an act of rebellion calls for speculation on what the thought process of his brother was.
Why don't you just rephrase or ask another question?
Well, did Patrick ever talk to you about this incident?
Afterward, yes.
So at the time, after he'd been grounded by his father, what did Patrick do?
He supposedly tried to slit his wrists.
And what did he do after he'd cut his wrist?
I don't really recall.
Well, did he seek medical attention or tell somebody about it?
Objection. If he doesn't recall, he doesn't recall.
Overall, let's answer the question.
I don't know exactly how he was found or what happened at that point.
That was something he did in response to being grounded at the age of 15.
Yes, it was, as Patrick told me, it was a way of,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So tell me this. Did anybody else in your family ever talk about or commit suicide?
no,
Did you ever hear Julie say anything about suicide?
no,
Julie never talked to you about committing suicide.
never.
Tell me about the kind of relationship that existed between your sister Julie and your wife Jill.
They talked about a lot of girl stuff a lot. They talked about kids a lot.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the statements that Julie made are all admissible. There's no hearsay objection because of the Jensen 2 decision. It said all of her statements are admissible. There's no hearsay objection that applies because of the forfeiture doctrine that exists in the state of
Your
Wisconsin
Honor,
for
if we should,
non-testimonial
I believe we have a
statements.
speaking objection here. If the court would like to take further argument, we can do that outside the presence of the jury.
I'm just going to overrule the objection. Let's just get to the question, Mr. Jamboys.
Could you read the last question back, please? So what else did they talk about, if you can recall?
And again, objection hearsay, as this is not a conversation that Mr. Griffin had with Ms. Jensen. It is a conversation relayed to him by his wife, which makes it hearsay.
We don't know that. He didn't say that.
Why don't you ask the question?
So did you ever listen or hear your wife, Jill, talking with your sister, Julie?
Yes.
And what kind of things did you hear them talking about?
They talked about a lot of things. They did talk about Julie's unhappiness with Mark in some of his behavior because he was traveling a lot. He was staying overnight, like in Chicago, when he could be home with the family, and he was always out, always gone, and drinking a lot, talking
Julie-
about getting drunk on business trips.
So Julie was complaining to Jill about Mark, and you heard these conversations.
Yes. And Julie did tell me some of this to me as well.
At some point, you learned that your mother was an alcoholic. Is that true?
Yes.
And when did you first learn that your mother was an alcoholic?
I didn't know that my mom had a drinking problem until Julie's wedding. It was the rehearsal dinner before Julie's wedding.
And what happened at the rehearsal dinner?
My mother passed out, like just unexpectedly, and had to be taken away by ambulance.
So how old were you at your sister's wedding?
I was probably 22 or so.
Now, and when did you leave home?
I left home at 18.
So from the time of birth through the age of 18, you lived in your mother's home.
Yes.
You had contact with her on a daily basis.
Yes.
And do you recall now, as an adult looking back, ever witnessing any incident where your mother appeared to be intoxicated?
No.
So you never had any inkling as you were growing up that your mother had a problem with alcohol?
No.
And you didn't learn about this until Julie's wedding?
Correct.
Did you and Julie ever talk about your mom's alcoholism?
We did, yes. After her wedding, Julie would attend Alcohol Anonymous meetings and learn, so that she wanted to help our mother to overcome the problem. So Julie would attend and learn things and learn what to try to do to help my mom.
to support her but not enable her.
Yes.
Did you ever visit the residence of Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes.
Did you ever see an office or a den in that residence?
Yes.
And who showed you that office or den?
I remember Mark showing us after they had done some remodeling and they had done some wallpapering. Julie and Mark were, they did a lot of house projects, and Julie was always good with decorating and organizing.
Now, during the time that you knew Julie, did you ever know her to be a smoker?
No.
She did not smoke.
No, never.
What about Mark? Was he a smoker?
Yes.
What did he smoke?
He smoked cigarettes and cigars, I believe.
Did you see any cigars or evidence of cigar smoking when you were at their residence?
Yes, he had a humidor in his office.
That was his office?
Yes.
What else was in his office that you can recall?
A computer, other than bookshelves and decorations, a desk.
Now, where were you employed in, where were you employed in the 1990s?
I was employed by Snap-on Tools.
And what did you do for Snap-on Tools?
I was a mechanical design engineer.
What sort of things did you design at Snap-on Tools?
Power tools. I worked for the power tool division I think from 1994, I moved from the manufacturing engineering offices to the product design offices.
So in your course of work at Snap-on, did you have a computer at your office?
Yes.
And you knew how to use computers?
Yes.
Did you send and receive emails when you were at Snap-on Tools?
Yes. I don't remember the exact time when email became the mode of communication rather than office memos, but yeah, it happened sometime around then.
Did you ever send an email to Julie?
No.
Did you ever receive an email from Julie?
No.
Did you know if Julie had an email address?
No. Julie was a letter writer. She wrote beautiful letters by hand.
Were you aware of, or did you ever see the license plate that Julie had in her car?
Yes.
What was the license plate?
It says my 3Ds.
That's and Your Honor, that for purposes of marking exhibit, that's part of State's Exhibit S73. We're going to display the license plate and ask you to identify it.
Yes, I still have it.
That's the license plate that Julie had on her car,
Yes.
and it's My 3Ds. What does My 3Ds stand for?
My 3Ds stands for David, Douglas, and Daddy, which was Mark. And those were the things that Julie was proud of.
The centers of her universe.
Yes.
After Julie's death, did you continue to have contact with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Do you know when David's birthday is?
Yes, January 21st.
And you said that you'd get together as a family for birthdays.
Yes.
Did you get together, did you as a family get together with Mark Jensen and David on David's birthday?
Yes, it was at the Jensen house.
And this is January of 1999?
Yes.
His birthday was January 21st?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
So on or around January 21st, 1999, you got together with Mark Jensen at Mark Jensen's residence.
Yes.
And who did you go to the house with?
Jill and I went to the house.
So your children didn't come with you?
Yes, I believe they did, yes.
So it was Jill, yourself, and your 3 children?
At the time, it was probably my 2 children, yeah.
2 children?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was at Mark Jensen's residence?
Well, there were a lot of kids there, friends of David's, of course. And there was a babysitter, I don't recall her name, who we knew because we were in contact with them and tried to maintain contact with David and Douglas as much as possible. And Kelly Labonte was also there.
So on January 21st, 1999, or thereabouts, within a day or two of January 21st, 1999, Kelly Labonte was introduced to you?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her or met her before?
No, that was the first time.
And who introduced you to Kelly Labonte?
Mark.
And how did he describe Kelly Labonte when he introduced you to her?
He said she was a friend from work.
Did you make any observations about Kelly Labonte while you were at the residence on
Yes.
January 21st? What observations did you make about Kelly Labonte?
She was very familiar and very comfortable with the house, including the master bedroom. And she was also very bossy to the kids. And I remember I was irritated by that, just feeling like someone has replaced my sister.
I move State's Exhibit 73 into evidence, subject to cross-examination.
All right, subject to cross, 73 will come in.
I have no further questions of Mr. Griffin.
Who's doing a cross?
That would be me, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I have no questions.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
David Thompson to the stand.
All right.
Is number 70 on the witness list?
Thank you.
We'll need to take a short recess. Mr. Thompson is across the. It'll be probably 5-10 minutes before he gets here.
You don't have another witness available?
He's the next witness, Your Honor, is David Thompson. We
5
don't have
minutes?
another witness sitting out there, no.
You say 5 minutes he'll be here?
Yes, he's in the DA's office. We just need to bring him across. Might be less than that. If you want to just wait for him, we can.
Taking the long way around, or?
I think he probably is taking the long way
Yeah,
around.
he's got to go through
Yeah,
security.
he's got to go through security.
So,
He can't take the same way I do, so.
all right, you guys can stand up, relax if you want. We'll just wait out a few minutes. Come back anyways. Sir, remain standing. Raise your right hand. I will swear you in. Good. Raise your right hand and face me. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
David Thompson, DAVID THOMPSON.
All right, who's doing the direct?
I am.
Go ahead,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Jeffries.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Morning.
Do you recall there was a time that you were locked up in the county jail with a guy by the name of Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Do you see Mark Jensen anywhere in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him, describe what he's wearing?
He has on a gray or black suit, a blue shirt, and a mixed color tie, glasses.
Request the record show the witness identified the defendant.
Mr. Thompson has identified Mr. Jensen in open court.
So was there a time that you were locked up with Mr. Thompson, or with Mr. Jensen in the same jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
2007.
And when you first arrived at the jail, was Mr. Jensen already there, or were you there first?
He was there first.
And what were you doing in the county jail?
I was in the county jail at that time for bank robbery.
And were you charged state or federal?
Federal.
So can you tell the jury why a federal prisoner is in the county jail?
They had a contract with the state jails to house federal inmates.
And so I guess we're going to get around this. Have you been convicted of a crime, sir?
Yes.
How many times have you been convicted?
10.
And this was one of those episodes in your prior criminal history.
Yes.
And so tell me, when you first saw Mark Jensen, what kind of contact, if any, that you can recall having with him?
When I first met Mark, he was kind of standoffish, I guess because according to what was going on with his case at the time. But after about 2 or 3 days, I started talking to him, and he, finally warmed up to me. And we carried on conversations on a daily basis. He made phone calls for me. I made phone calls for him.
So he made phone calls for you. how did you get him to make phone calls for you?
Oh, well, I asked him the first couple of times that I asked him, he wouldn't do it. Then like the third time, he relented and made a call for me.
So what happened between the first, second, and third time that caused him to change his mind?
We had a little altercation, and afterwards I apologized to him about it, and from therefore we just became, kind of cool.
So tell me about this little altercation that you had with him.
He had promised to make a phone call for me, and then I'm kind of like was mad because he didn't do it, and I ended up shoving him. And then I felt like, okay, well, I shouldn't have shoved him because he didn't make the phone call for me, so I went and apologized to him.
And after that, he then made a phone call for you?
Yes.
Now tell me, did anything else change about your relationship after he made the phone call for you?
Yes, like he opened up more. We became kind of closer. We would talk every day, drink coffee together every morning, read the newspaper and talk in the corner and, just off to ourselves, just indulging in regular everyday conversation.
Now, there's kind of a hierarchy in a prison and a jail, isn't there, among the inmates?
Yeah, to some degree, yes.
And where do bank robbers fit in that hierarchy?
That's a good question. I would guess somewhere in the middle, I would assume.
So, I mean, if you're going to be in for a kind of a crime, well, bank robbery is better than, say, retail theft, right?
Absolutely.
But where does murder fit in the hierarchy of things?
Murder puts you right at the top.
So, Mr. Jensen was kind of higher than you in the hierarchy of things because he was in for murder at the time.
Total celebrity.
So, at the time that you were there as a federal inmate, you were looking at some potentially pretty serious time for bank robbery, right?
Yes.
And at some point, did you come to think that, well, gee, maybe I can use Mr. Jensen to benefit me some way in my case?
To some degree, sort of.
So when did that first come to your mind?
Mark had approached me about his co-defendant, and
a co-defendant? Did he tell you what the person's? Mark doesn't actually have a co-defendant.
Mr. Klug. He had approached. He said that Mr. Klug was going to testify against him, and he asked me. He said, "Well, I don't really want him to come to court, and he approached me with the idea like, man, what could I do to keep him from coming to court?" And it kind of, piqued my interest because I wanted to see, was he really serious about this or was he just blowing off some hot air? So as he kept talking about it, I said, well,
let's stop for a moment. So
okay.
let's start at the beginning of this conversation about Ed Klug. When he was talking with you about Ed Klug, where were you and he located?
We were here in the Kenosha County Jail on J Unit.
In the J, and did you say J Unit?
Yeah, Kenosha County Jail here, yeah.
Okay. And when he was talking to you about Ed Klug, where were you inside that unit? Were in relation to the other inmates? Were you two off by yourself?
Yeah, we would be back by his cell because he had a corner cell in the back, so we would most times be back there.
By his corner cell?
Yes.
Would you go inside his cell, or would you be out?
I have gone inside his cell before and looked at some of his newspaper articles and through some of the paperwork that he showed me.
So you'd go into his cell for him to show you things?
Yeah.
And what are the things that you remember him showing you?
Just some of the newspaper articles where it said that he had killed his wife, and some court papers that he said, he was really, adamant about that he hadn't done it at first, and he really wouldn't talk too much and go into great detail about it, but just the fact that he was just charged with it and had been fighting it for a while.
And when did he first start talking to you about Ed Klug?
It was about the 5th or 6th day that I was there, because he was it seemed to be the only thing that troubled him was the fact that this guy was going to come and testify against him.
So during the whole time that you were there, this 5 or 6 days that you'd been there with him, was there anything else he complained about with respect to his case aside from Ed Klug?
No, mostly just Ed, though. He said that was going to be the thorn in his side.
He said Ed Klug would be the thorn in his side.
Yes.
And That's when he started talking to you about Ed Klug. So what did he say about Ed Klug?
Said that he didn't want him to come to court, and that there was some way that he could keep him from showing up.
He was asking you that, if there was some way to keep him from showing up.
Right. And at that point, I said, well, let me really see how far he's willing to go with this. So I asked him, I said, well, probably can make that happen for you for the right price.
Now, at the time that you were making this offer, you didn't really actually have any intention of trying to do anything to make Ed Klug disappear.
No, not at all. I was too busy focusing on my own case, but I just really was piqued by what he was saying.
So when you said, you can make it happen for the right price, what did Mr. Jensen say to you?
Oh, well, how much?
And when he asked you how much, what did you say to him?
I just gave him a roundabout answer. I said, well, man, $1,000. Just to see what he would say, see what he was, if he would bite that, if he was really serious.
So when you said $1,000, what did he say?
He said, that's kind of low, but I can do that.
And then what happened?
So I got on the phone and I called my girlfriend at the time, and I told her, I said, I'm going to have Mark call you, and when he gets on the phone, I want you to tell him that everything is as planned.
Now, before you had that conversation with your wife, tell us more about the conversation that you had with Mark Jensen. I mean, did you tell him how you were going to make Ed Klug disappear for $1,000?
Well, he first of all, he gave me the information on where Mr. Klug's business was at the time, which was up by Alberton, somewhere like in Kimberly maybe, and gave me his name, yeah.
So let me ask the question and give it. So tell the jury what Mr. Jensen told you about the whereabouts of Ed Klug.
He told me that he lived in Alberton, that he wanted him to disappear.
And did he tell you specifically where he lived in the Appleton area?
Well, I had my fiance look up the address where it was at, and it was precisely what Mark said it was. Just yeah.
And did he tell you where it was?
Well, I can't recall exactly, but I knew it was in Appleton.
Okay, and then after he gave you that information, did you give him any information about how you could make Ed Klug disappear?
Yeah, I told him I could have someone kidnap him and sell him until court days were over with.
And did you tell him who you would need to talk to on the outside in order to facilitate that?
Well, I told him I would have to call Kim so that we could get the money transaction taken care of first, and then I didn't specifically tell him who I would have do it though.
Okay. So did you tell him how this money was to transfer hands, and exactly what the payment agreement would be?
Yeah, I told him that my Kim would talk to his mom, and they would make the transaction outside there, and he would give me half of the money first, and then half of it once it was over, once the court proceedings were over with.
So he's going to give you $500 down and $500 upon completion.
Yeah, well, like $575 and $425. Yeah.
Okay, so it was actually not a even number, 5 and 5. It was.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like what he said she was able to get at that time.
Was how much that she could get at that time?
The $575.
$575 is what he told you his mother could get at that time?
Right.
So it's $575 up front, then $425 later?
Yes.
And that's the conversation that you had with Mark Jensen in the cell?
Yes.
And then how did you facilitate talking to your wife about that? Was Kim your wife at that time?
No, she was just my daughter's mom.
So she was your daughter's mother?
Yeah.
And so she was the woman that was prominent or connected to you in your life at that time?
Yes.
Your significant other, as a saying?
Yes.
And so did you tell Mark that you would need to talk to Kim about this?
Yes.
And did he tell you how Kim would be able to get the money?
Yes, he told me that she would have to go pick it up from his mom's house.
And so what's the next thing that happened after you and Mark had this conversation?
Well, I got on the phone and I called Kim and I explained to her what was going on, and she was kind of bewildered by it all. And I said, well, just go along with what I'm telling you to do. And when he gets on the phone, tell him exactly what I told you, and he goes and see what his response is. So I told her to tell him that everything would be as planned.
And she didn't really know what you were talking about, did she?
No, she didn't have a clue as to what I was talking about.
And these phone calls from the jail, were you aware that they were subject to monitoring and recording?
I was aware of it, but for what I was in there charged with, I didn't think that they would still be listening for me to be talking about this mark and stuff, you know.
Yeah,
Thought they were just concerned about the bank robberies.
yeah. But you learned later that
Yeah,
we were listening.
I know better now. Yeah.
You know better now. Do you recall these calls being preceded by a recorded message saying this phone call is subject to monitoring and recording?
You know, when you have greed on your mind, you overlook those things.
Okay. But when you talked to Kim, you didn't tell her exactly what the plan was.
No.
What you told her is what she needed to know in order to fill out her part of the plan.
Absolutely, yeah. Just enough for her to do what was necessary.
And so she was supposed to say something to Mark?
Yeah, she was supposed to. The only thing she was supposed to say was, you know, when he got on the phone, he said his name. She said, "Yes, I'm Kim," and everything is as planned. And he passed the phone back to me.
And would you recognize your voice and Mark Jensen's voice? You heard that phone call again?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'd request that we be allowed to play this recording. It's Exhibit S74, Your Honor.
74?
And I'd move S74 into evidence subject to cross-examination.
Subject cross, it'll be received.
Phone calls. So this, I'm going to ask you to listen. There's going to be a transcript displayed on the screen, so you can look at the screen, whichever one is easier for you to read.
This is from 9/11/07 and starting at 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, hey, it's Edward. You hear me? Edward Klug, Klug. Stifle Nickelman, STIFEL, NICO, LAND, 740 4th Street, Kimberly, Wisconsin. What street? 4. Your car? Yeah. Kimberly, Wisconsin. Okay, so I'm confused now. Just keep that. It'll all make sense once you get a lot of it. Are these two? No, it's the same person. That's just the name of the company. It's Stifle Nickel. And I keep spelling the name again. NICO. LAND. It's Nickelman, right? Huh? Oh, Nicholas. Nicollaus. Nicholas. NICALOS. NICO. LAUS. And the address of the place after that. Okay. Now the first name I gave you, see if you can go online and get their address and phone number. Okay. All right. I'll call you back later on and see what's happening with that.
Whose voices were that you heard, that the jury just heard now?
Yeah, myself and Kim.
Yourself and Kim. Now, at the time that you were talking to Kim and directing your attention to the screen up there, you give this, you say Stifle Nickland, 740 Ford Street, Kimberly, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
Now, where did you get that information about Stifle Nickland, 740 Ford Street, Kimberly, Wisconsin?
From Mark.
And then while you were giving this information to Kimberly, somebody corrected you that it wasn't Nicoland, it was Nicholas.
Yeah, it was Mark in the background.
So Mark was telling the background, Stifle Nicholas.
Yes.
So now I'm going to go to the next phone call that occurred between that we want the jury to hear.
So for the record, the first one ended at 0544. And this is also from 9/11/07. And starting this one at 32 seconds.
Hi. Excuse me, you reached Kim?
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, okay.
What do you know, too?
Elmo just came on.
Hey, listen. Hey, you remember the old lady that called you the other day?
Yeah.
She gonna call you to come pick up this money.
To come pick up some money?
Yeah, $500.
Excuse me?
Yeah, $500.
For?
Ask no questions, I'll tell you no lies. You there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So, well, that's what I need you to do, right? Hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna put somebody on the phone, right? Hear me?
Yes, David.
And all you gotta say is, everything is as planned. Hear me?
Say it again.
Yeah, everything is as planned. You there?
That's what I say to her?
No. To him.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
Hold on. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. Everything is planned.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good. This is Kim?
Yeah.
Hi, Kim. Sounds good.
Alrighty.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Here's Dave.
Thanks.
Yeah, so, you probably get a call sometime today to go, let you know where to go get it at.
Okay.
Alright?
Yep.
You talked to Mom yet?
No, I called, nobody answered.
Try again real quick.
Okay, so that stopped at 0335.
Now, with respect to that phone conversation, it seemed to me, and you tell me if this is true or not, that you were speaking rather quietly when you were talking to Kim. Is that true?
Yes.
And why is it you were speaking so softly to Kim?
I didn't want anyone to overhear my conversation.
And was there one person in particular that you didn't want to overhear that conversation?
Yeah, Mark.
You didn't want Mark to overhear that
Right.
conversation.
I didn't want her to realize that I was, setting this all up as a plot just to get the money.
So, but then Mark got on the phone,
Yeah.
and you were right there when Mark got on the phone.
Yes.
And when he got off the phone, did he seem excited about it?
Absolutely, very excited.
So what's the next conversation that you had then? We're actually going to play it for you now, and I'll ask you some questions about it.
Okay, so this is starting at 14:58.
Morning.
So you don't have any money now, do you?
Little. What you need?
I don't need it. I was just probably got this one call left on the phone. But we normally try to, once that way, whatever you make the call, then you just got to pick that up. That'll be 500.
Yeah. Again, confusing to me, but okay.
He one of them people.
People.
So in this conversation, you're again talking to Kim, and she really has no idea what you're talking about.
No.
Except that at some point, she's supposed to go pick up $500 from somebody.
Absolutely, yes.
So what's the next phone call?
And for the record, that one stopped at 15:34. And that one was also from 9/11/07. The next one is from 9/12/07. And this is starting at 06:57.
Listen.
Yeah.
Dude's mother called me today. Wants to know what I wanted.
The $500.
But wouldn't she already know that?
No, because he just flat out tell her. Why did you
I said, I'm not exactly sure. I said, I'm expecting a phone call from my husband later. I said, let me call you back.
Right.
So she's just going to say from us that a stranger's just going to say to her, I need this, and she's going to give that to me.
Tell her that that's what Mark was talking about.
Okay.
See, that's you know now. You see the name now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Right.
And stopping that at 07:53.
So by that time, Kim told you that Mark Jensen's mother had called her.
Yes.
And she had asked what it was that Kim wanted.
Yes.
And Kim didn't know what she was supposed to say in response to that question.
No, she didn't know. She seems to have forgotten what she was supposed to do.
Well, because you were being kind of mysterious with Kim, weren't you?
Absolutely. I was trying to be mysterious with Kim and with the recording of the phone call.
Okay, could you please start to speak into the microphone, sir?
So I was trying to be mysterious with Kim and with the recording of the phone call. I was trying to crack some type of code where everything wouldn't all be blurted out at once,
Because by this time you'd figured out somebody was listening, possibly.
Yeah, they still was listening, talking about for more bank robberies, but it never happened.
So now on September 12th, this conversation just occurred. And did you and Mark have further conversations after that call?
Oh, yeah, we had a lot of conversations after that.
So tell us about the conversations that were going on between you and Mark Jensen and interspersed between these phone calls.
Well, for one, like when he first found out that this would go through with Mr. Klug, you know, he was ecstatic about it. You know, he was. I guess he figured that would be the end to his troubles as far as the cases he was facing. But what he didn't know is that I had sent Kim a letter telling her to contact my lawyer and give him this information that this guy was plotting to have this guy kidnapped.
So you were asking Kim to reach out to your lawyer?
Yeah, I sent her a letter in the mail.
Oh, so you mailed it to her. You didn't
explaining everything to her. Yeah.
You didn't talk to her about over the phone about it. You sent her a letter.
Yes.
And what did you write in your letter to Kim?
I told her to contact the proper authorities, you know, about this Mark Jensen guy and see how far he's willing to take this, what he's talking about. And she did so. Well, actually, they did so from here. They contacted my attorney themselves from the jail here.
So then you talked to your attorney about it?
Yeah, I talked to my attorney. My attorney asked me, said, "What are you doing? You're going to get yourself hooked up on some other stuff. You need to stop it."
And then you explained to your attorney what you were doing and why you were doing it.
Yes.
Now, at some point, you left the jail. You were taken out of the jail and moved for another court appearance, correct?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
When you came back from the court appearance, you were put in a different cell block. Is that true?
Yes.
And where was that cell block in relation to the cell block that you had previously shared with Mark Jensen?
Right next door.
And what separated the new cell block from the previous cell block?
Just a glass window.
And what was on the other side of the glass window? Was it like a hallway or a guard booth, or what was it?
It was a guard booth in between the two cell blocks.
So the two cell blocks were separated by two panes of glass with a guard booth in between?
Yes.
So when you got back from your court appearance, how were you able to communicate with Mark Jensen?
Well, once you go to the back of the cell block, the room kind of curves in to a point, so the windows get closer and closer together, and we wrote notes. We wrote on paper, wrote notes, and we pressed them against the glass, and I would read his and he would read mine.
Is that unusual for inmates to communicate with each other in this fashion between the two cell blocks?
Well, yeah, if you don't want to yell and scream and have everyone knowing what you're talking about, absolutely.
So this was a common thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't want to yell and scream to Mark Jensen. You wanted to communicate to him in a quieter fashion.
Yes.
And so you held up some notes, and he held up some notes.
Yes.
I'm going to show you a note, and you tell me what it is. All from part of Exhibit 74, Your Honor. Okay, so whose note is this? Is this your note or his note?
That's his note.
And I'm going to move up closer so I can read this better. So he wrote, talked to my dad this AM, hadn't been able to get them all day, question mark, question mark, question mark. That's what Mark wrote to you?
Yes.
And then you wrote something back?
Yes.
And then he wrote to you, my dad said, I got to move closer, I can't read it. Oh, it's on, I'll read on your screen, that's what I'll do here. My dad's... My dad said they got to call this AM, question mark. And questioning calls from Kim's number. Don't know who, question mark. And then if I understood right, that's why I was trying to get them to clarify if they knew more. They seemed upset. So those are Mark's messages to you?
Yes.
And you couldn't ask him to clarify it any because he was in that other cell block.
Yes.
And then he wrote, could somebody be watching that phone? So he was talking about the phone in the jail?
Yes.
And when he asked that question, could somebody watching that phone, did you put up a message for him in response?
I believe I did. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
But you don't remember what the message was?
No.
Now, this is your message to him? Is that your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
And you wrote, when I call Kim, we'll say all is as it should be. So that's what Kim was supposed to say?
Yes.
That's what Kim was supposed to say to their parents, to his parents?
She was supposed to say that to Mark.
Okay. And then you write, they called Kim down to the station asking her if I did any more crimes. They think I've done more banks and some other bullshit. That's what you wrote to Mark?
Yes.
But then you write, but I came clean when they first questioned me. There isn't anything else. Correct?
Yes.
And you were talking about what you told the authorities when they first arrested you for your bank robbery.
Yes.
Then you wrote, but handling things okay for a change. Do you know what that was about?
Yeah, I was just, getting comfortable in my situation because I had a pretty hard time with, accepting that I was going to be away from my daughter for a while.
But then you write, but it is a must. What was that about?
That was in reference to what Mark had said on the phone about Mr. Klug.
So, but it is a must. That is a must you must get rid of Ed Klug.
No, a must that we must turn this in.
Oh, okay. Okay, this note was to Mark Jensen?
Hold on, wait. Oh, yeah, that's to Mark. I'm sorry.
So this note to Mark Jensen, but it is a must. What were you talking about?
Let me know after your visit on Sunday.
If you can recall.
I can't really call what that statement right there was on. What is a must? So I can't really recall what that statement there is about, but
Okay, so then we'll go to the next statement.
Okay.
Let me know after your visit, son. I'm going to call Kim now. So, what you were asking Mark to let you know about his visit on Sunday, and I'm going to call Kim now
right, yeah, he was supposed to talk to his parents about the money.
on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then there's a question: can't mom drop it off? And that was your message to Mark?
Yeah, I was asking him could his mother drop the money off to Kim.
And how did he reply, if you can recall?
I think he said she'd be unable to do that.
And then you replied, that's all good. Who drops it off doesn't matter.
Right.
And then you ask, can Kim come pick up the $575 from mom tomorrow?
Yes.
And do you recall how Mark responded to that?
Well, he said he had to call her and talk to him first.
So then
Make
you
sure it
wrote,
would be okay.
can Kim call her now for the money, $575? Correct?
Yes.
That's your note to Mark.
Yes.
And do you recall how Mark responded to that?
No, I'm not sure. I'd have to see the message in timeline.
Okay. And then there's this message, don't forget to tell mom to leave me the $30.
Yeah, I had asked Mark to borrow me some money, and he said that he would go on his visit Sunday and ask his mom.
So you wrote to him, I hate to burden you, but do you think mom could leave me $30 for stamps, soap, toothpaste, and deodorant lotion?
Yes.
And then you indicate David Thompson, 4199 K5, can leave it tomorrow?
Yes.
Boys, how much more direct do we have?
I would say maybe, what, 10 minutes? 5, 10? 10 to 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Can we last another 10, 15 minutes? All right. And then we'll take our lunch break.
This, do you see this note? It says, after lunch, let's work on this guide sheet, work on guide sheet after lunch. Do you know who that was? Was that your note? And who was it being sent to or directed at?
That was directed at another federal inmate because at the time that I came in, I wasn't aware of how they did their sentencing. So I had the federal guideline sentencing sheet that I wanted to go over with this other young man.
And he was in the same cell block as Mark Jensen?
Yes.
So you had to communicate also with him via the using the notes on the glass. And then the question, how long will it take or how long he be kept? That's your call? I mean, he's asking, how long will it take or how long will he be kept? Question mark? Was that the question mark that
yes.
The question that Mark had posed to you?
Yes, it is.
And you replied, that's your call?
Yes.
And then you write, 2 weeks is cool, but he can be made to leave town or made to sign an affidavit saying he totally lied on you. And so those were options that you were giving him?
Yes.
And how did Mark respond to that?
He was very open to that.
And then you write, this is all for you, so whatever you want done will be done. Is that what you wrote to him?
Yes.
And did he reply to that?
Yes, he was okay with that.
And then you wrote, it's all good. No tongue will keep him from ever saying anything. Oh, it's all good. No tongue will keep him from saying anything. You know, this case has no statute of limitations. That's what you wrote to him?
Yes.
And then you write, getting the job done is what he does best.
Yes.
So you're referring to this outside person.
Yeah, this fictitious person. Yeah, he never existed. Yeah.
So when you're talking about removing Ed Klug's tongue in that preceding statement, you weren't actually contemplating having somebody take out Ed Klug's tongue.
No, I just wanted to make it sound good for Mark, that's all.
So when you talked about him, no tongue will keep him from ever saying anything, how did Mark respond to that, if you can recall?
Oh, he was happy about that. He didn't want this guy to testify at all. He didn't want him anywhere in the picture.
So then you write, trust me, Mark, come October 8th, you'll just have about your old life back. Correct?
Yes.
Or you'll just about have your old life back. Now, what was going on October 8th, if you knew?
I'm not sure what was going on that day, but I think it was pretty close to one of his court appearances, and I was just trying to reassure him that, this guy wouldn't be showing up.
And then you write, I'll be here for at least 2 months, but I know this process won't have to be done again. That's what you wrote?
Yes.
And how did Mark respond to that?
Again, he was very ecstatic about that as well.
Then you wrote, he won't, exclamation point. So what does he won't mean? Were you responding to something that Mark Jensen had written?
Yeah, I was saying that he absolutely won't be around to testify.
And then you write, his life depends on it, but like said, to eliminate that possibility, there's always plan B. Correct?
Yes.
And what was plan B?
Plan B was to totally get him out of the picture, just get rid of him.
Just kill Ed Klug.
Yeah.
And how did Mark respond to that?
Again, he was okay with that. He was happy about that as well.
He just didn't want Ed Klug to testify. He didn't care how that happened.
Yeah, he didn't care. He just didn't want him to come to court, yeah.
Now, were you present when Mark Jensen made phone calls to other persons in order to help carry out this plan?
I'm not sure, because I didn't really overhear any of his phone calls.
So you don't know whether he called his wife to ask her to give $500 to his parents twice?
Well, he was supposed to do that. We had agreed that he would somehow get the money, right? And he said that his wife would be upset with the idea of being involved in anything like that, but it was more sufficient for his mom to do it.
So he thought his wife would be upset about participating in this, but he thought his mom would be okay with it?
Yeah.
But he never told his wife, to your knowledge, he never told his wife what the $500 twice was for.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure.
You didn't overhear that phone conversation.
No.
But when you talked to him, he talked to you about getting his wife to get the money to his parents?
Yeah, he talked about getting the money. Yeah, because he absolutely wanted Ed not to show up, and he figured that if he got that money, that would be a solid way for him not to come.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
You're going to have to come back for cross at 1:30, sir. We're going to take our lunch till 1:30. Again, don't talk about the case. Be back at 1:30, okay? All right, jury's outside the courtroom on hold on them, so we can take the defendant back for lunch. Thank you. 1:30.
What time back, Judge?
1:30 today.
Thank you, Your Honor. All rise for the jury.
We're back on the record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Mr. David Thompson is still on the stand. He's still under oath. We're going to start with the cross-examination. Who's going to do that for the defense? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
when you arrived in the Kenosha County Jail, that was on September 6th, 2007, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned on direct that you were there for some bank robberies.
Mm-hmm.
Can you say yes?
Yes.
You had robbed a bank in Gurnee, Illinois in June of 2007.
Objection. This is irrelevant. It's not. The defendant was asked about his prior record. And he
I
answered.
agree.
Excuse me. Maybe we could be heard outside.
Yeah, I think you get a break within 30 seconds, folks. All right, you can have a seat, Mr. Thompson. The jury's outside of the courtroom. I'm looking at 90609. Indicates the witness can be asked whether the witness has ever been convicted of a crime. Number of such convictions, if the witness's answers are consistent with the previous determination of the court, I believe it was 10 for Mr. Thompson, then no further inquiry may be made unless it is for the purpose of rehabilitation the witness's character for truthfulness.
Judge, Mr. Thompson on direct didn't just say 10. Mr. Jamboys elicited what they were for. Secondly, this goes to motive in terms of the deal that he worked out. And this was discussed at that pretrial motion regarding other defense requested impeachment, and the court said about the bank robberies, and that was impeachment that the defense had available to it. And so all of that goes toward what he was facing. It's really the same as the prior witness earlier today in terms of what he was facing and the motive for reaching out to the prosecution, and also the motive that he's explained in terms of with his lawyer of trying to work something out. So for all those reasons, including the pretrial motion hearing discussion about this very topic and the ability to go into it, is the reason I asked those questions.
Do you want to say anything, Mr. Jamboys?
And none of those things have anything to do with the he was asking him specific questions about the specific bank robbery. All that was asked of him on direct was, you were in there as an accused bank robber, right? And then I asked him about the relative status of bank robbers to other inmates. And I did ask him a few questions about what he was expecting to get out of this. Now, if he wants to ask about his time cuts, I've got no problem with that. But asking him specific questions about what he did in each specific prior conviction, that's off the table. That was not agreed to. And he's not asking him, well, how much time are you facing because of these alleged bank robberies, and what kind of a benefit were you expecting from the state? He could ask about that, but he can't ask about specific incidences about each one of these prior convictions.
I agree. You can ask the deal that he got, what he thought about it, what time he was facing, but under 90609, you can't get into the specific convictions, the actual facts of what was the conviction for under 90609. I mean, you got plenty of leeway is what I'm saying.
But
the jury knows he got charged with bank robbery.
Well, he was facing charges more than bank robbery, which is what I'm going to go into. And that's part of his motivation for saying, it's time to help myself, in terms of all that he was facing.
So you're telling me he was facing other charges he wasn't convicted of?
At that time, yeah. And he was at that time still facing charges for bank robbery. So those weren't convictions, and I'm not asking him, and then you were convicted of it. It's in terms of what was happening at the time that he decided to help himself, that he came up with this plan, at the time that he reached out to the prosecution, and at the time that he then testified, and what it was in exchange for, and then the benefit he got for his testimony. And so because of that, that's the motive evidence. So it really falls outside of 90609, despite the fact that with that he didn't limit himself to just the answer. He said what two of them were for, or one, he said, for bank robbery, when in fact it was for things, bank robbery plus other things.
So you're saying other charges that he was not convicted for were dismissed?
Yes.
And that was part of the agreement that he got based on for his testimony?
He got a letter, and as a result of the letter, things got dismissed.
Your Honor, I will say this. First of all, he was facing federal bank charges. There was no state pending disposition. There was nothing that I could do directly. I did write a letter on his behalf. If he wants to ask questions about the letter that the state wrote on his behalf, go for it. But what's that got to do with the specific crime, about the specifics, the specific facts about a particular bank robbery or about any other particular crime? Now, if he wants to ask him, in addition to a bank robbery, were you facing other charges? If he was facing other charges, he can ask him about that. But he can't ask him about the facts of each one of those charges. Just, you're facing other charges. And what happened as a consequence of you assisting the state? And I wrote a letter, and that's all I could do. I didn't arrange for any charges to be dismissed, and if charges were dismissed, I guess that's news to me. I didn't know that charges were dismissed. But if they were dismissed and he knows about it, but that's got nothing to do with the individual facts of what going in and robbing a bank or whatever the other charges were that he's talking about.
If I could respond just once more to that.
Go ahead.
With the bank robberies, he's testified before, and I believe he would testify consistent with that those were acts of desperation. All that he had on the line when he committed those, and we compare that to what he had on the line when he saw Mr. Jensen and decided to help himself with this. And that goes also to whether or not some of these details of him being able to be considered an armed career criminal, which enhanced the amount of sentence that he was facing in the federal system of, I think, on one of them, 30 years to life. And so those details go to motive.
Well, but they're not details of this crime, and there's not details that the state inquired into, because I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I will say this, Your Honor, his attorney reached out to me, and I wasn't interested in what he had to say because there's more, jail inmates wanting to talk about Mark Jensen. But then I heard the phone recordings. After his attorney approached me, then I heard these phone recordings that the court's going to be hearing next, not the ones that the court's already heard, where he's talking to family members about this. Then I wanted to talk with David Thompson. So the only deal that was made with David Thompson was, you come forward, you testify truthfully, the state's going to write a nice letter on your behalf. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I couldn't promise him anything with regard to the federal charges. Now, he was clearly hoping to get something out of it. But the specific facts of those particular charges have nothing to do with his testimony, nothing to do with his credibility. What does have something to do with his credibility that he can inquire into without violating Section 906.09 is, okay, you were facing federal bank robbery charges, and then there was also apparently some other charges. As I'm sitting here, I don't even know what they were. And as a consequence of your participation in coming forward, you got a deal on that. And what was the deal? And he can ask what the deal is. I think we've got the letter here somewhere that we wrote on Mr. Thompson's behalf.
I'm not interested in Mr. Jamboy's motivation. I'm interested in Mr. Thompson's motivation. And that's what I want to inquire into in terms of what he knew, what he was facing at the time, and the reason for why he wrote to his kid's mom, it's time to help myself. And in the 90609 thing, I'd argue it's wide open when on direct it was elicited not just have you ever been convicted of things, how many times. He went into specifics, and it was an incomplete specific that he went into in terms of what he was there for. And so it's what he was actually there for and the seriousness of why he was there and all that was over him, motivating him to have to help himself.
Well, I agree with both attorneys. Kind of a strange ruling, but here, 90609, it's pretty specific. It says you can't get into it once the defendant says, I have my prior convictions, and there's case law on it. I'm not going to say 90609 doesn't apply. I don't have that authority. I'm not the Supreme Court. But the defendant already said he was in for a bank robber. We know that, but he didn't get into the actual specifics of his case or the facts. And that's where I think the defense is walking on in a ground where I'm not going to let them go. You can get into this deal that you think that he got. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. But you can't just get into the charges and start going into the factual basis of the charge, and that's what the state is objecting to. You're going to go and say, well, this is what he did, this is how the armed robbery happened, and basically tell the jury what I can't let you do. Now, you have an obligation to talk about credibility in the deal that he got. I'm not going to stop you there, but I'm going to stop you if you start saying, well, this is the armed robbery, just like the question you asked before the objection came out. Well, I don't know the exact facts that you mentioned, but you started to get into specific facts of the armed robbery. And that's not where you're going to go.
I will, just to complete my record on this, I'd object to this limitation on a couple of ways. And in that November motion hearing that we've talked about earlier in this jury trial, and the state talked about its motions in limine in particular. And they said at that hearing, we don't have any problem with Judge Schrader's prior rulings except for these enumerated things, okay? And all of this that I was about to ask him, all of this came in 2008. All of these details.
Facts of the armed robbery?
Yes.
But, Your Honor, here's the thing.
I have page citations for everything that I'm about to ask Mr. Thompson.
And was there an objection, and did the court actually have to rule on it? The fact is, in August 14th of 2017, the defense filed a motion to compel discovery of documents related to prosecution informant witnesses, and this witness is one of them. And with respect to David Thompson, their representation was, at the time of the Jensen trial, David Thompson was awaiting sentencing on 2 federal bank robbery charges following a guilty plea, which he'd entered on January 14, 2008. At the time, he was facing 68 years to life imprisonment, and Mr. Thompson testified that he did not believe that Mr. Jamboys had jurisdiction over his federal cases, which were in Illinois, but they'd already signed his plea agreement, and they had not been offered anything in exchange for his testimony in the Jensen case. He did not receive any concessions from the U.S. attorney as a result of his cooperation. However, during an October 10, 2007 interview with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Jamboys told Mr. Thompson he would be happy to write a letter to the judge describing Mr. Thompson's cooperation, participation, and his agreement to testify. Mr. Thompson also told his fiancée over the phone that he expected credit for his cooperation in the Jensen case. All of those things are appropriate to talk to him about on cross-examination. So he was apparently, at the time he was incarcerated, he had already pled to 2 bank robbery charges that had occurred in the state of Illinois. They were federal bank robbery charges. And at that time that he was being interviewed, or the time he was testifying in 2008, I was a special prosecutor in the state case of State versus Mark Jensen. So I would have no direct ability to influence that beyond doing what I promised to do, which is write him a letter. And write a letter on his behalf, and which I did, and he's probably got a copy of that letter. And in that letter, I indicated that Mr. Thompson testified truthfully and that his testimony was important and that it benefited the state.
Let me look at that November 21st hearing again, just for a second here.
November 21st.
Okay. Can you pull it up? 'Cause see anything in that hearing where I said you can get into the actual facts of the bank robbery. I told you could get into the convictions and the consideration that he got.
Well, I'm combining that with the representation from the state that the only things that they would be objecting to from prior rulings from Judge Schrader were enumerated in their motions in limine. And I believe you said there's plenty of impeachment with these bank robberies and all that he was facing. So that's, I don't have it right in front of me.
I have it in front of me.
Okay.
I just read it.
I mean, this is motive. It's honestly with these the details of the bank robbery. There's later where he's lying to the FBI. That's 90608 sub 2, specific acts of untruthfulness that I'm allowed to ask about. It's all the details of what he was facing when that motivated him. I'm not asking. I'm not going through, we settled on 10, right, for prior convictions. The details I want to ask about are the ones that he was facing at the time that he reached out, that he wrote this letter to his kid's mom.
And like I said, I'm not going to deny it, but I don't think you can get into the facts of the conviction under 90609. Unless you got a case that says that the judge doesn't have to abide by that statute anymore.
Well, if I could have just a couple of minutes, because when the answer wasn't limited to just 10, it was a specific answer about what some of them were for. I believe that opens that up.
He didn't deny the 10. He didn't say 9 or 8 or 12.
Agreed. But then it was, what is it you were in the jail for? And he said, bank robberies, or you were in the jail for bank robberies. And that's an incomplete answer, and it's the question that was asked. But it's a misleading impression when he was actually there for bank robberies, for being felon in possession of a firearm, for marijuana possession, for a theft of a firearm, for receiving stolen property, and for another theft in Wauwatosa in Milwaukee County.
Okay, Your Honor.
All of those things he was facing when he got to the Kenosha jail on September 6, 2007.
One more response, and then we're going to go. Go ahead.
So my understanding is that he was in the Kenosha County Jail as a federal inmate as part of a contract that we had with the federal government, and that on January 14th, 2008, he had pled guilty or no contest or whatever he pled to 2 bank robberies in the state of Illinois. And he was awaiting sentencing on those charges. And that's why he was in the county jail. Whatever Waukesha had nothing to do with his custodial status at the time that he was involved in his conversations with Mark Jensen. He was awaiting charges on bank robbery, and he was a federal inmate. So if there were charges in Waukesha County, that wasn't why he was in the Kenosha County Jail. He was in the Kenosha County Jail as a federal inmate, and he pled to that. He pled to 2 bank robberies on January 14, 2008, without any agreement from the state of Wisconsin, and without any agreement from the federal authorities, apparently. He just pled to those 2 bank robberies. So that's what he's being held for at the time that he was being interviewed that he was involved in this conversation with Mark Jensen. And if it's about his motive, if it's about his credibility, his motive to assist the state, what he wanted from the state was a letter to the federal authorities describing his participation. That's all he got. And so these other charges, first of all, apparently they were dismissed. He wasn't convicted of those charges, and if he was convicted of those charges, it's part of the 10 that he's already testified to. So he can't go into those things. He can go into the reasons that this witness may have wanted to assist the state.
I think that Mr. Jamboys is understating the the influence a letter from a prosecutor in a homicide trial has on other cases in terms of its benefit. And that was understated, I think, this morning when Mr. Dillard was testifying, in terms of it was just a letter or whatever it's going to be right now, and I think it's understated right now because it resulted in the Washington County thing where he was facing several years being just simply dismissed.
But did Mr. Jamboys write a letter to that prosecutor?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, I have I wrote the 2 letters that I wrote are right here. I was chief legal counsel at the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. I wrote a letter on March 11, 2008, one to Attorney Clifford Green, who was, I believe, Mr. Thompson's defense attorney, and I wrote, and I'll file these as exhibits. Dear Attorney Green, I've been informed that you are the attorney representing David Thompson. I prepared this letter and would appreciate it if you would provide it to Judge Wayne Anderson prior to Mr. Thompson's sentencing. Thank you. Sincerely, Robert Jamboys. Then, here's the letter that I attached. And this is a letter to the Honorable Wayne A. Anderson, Bloomberg Federal Courthouse in Chicago, Illinois. Dear Judge Anderson, it is my understanding that David Thompson will soon be standing before you to be sentenced for his role in 2 bank robberies. I don't know anything about the circumstances surrounding those 2 incidents. However, I do think you should know that David Thompson recently testified in the case of State of Wisconsin, State versus Mark Jensen, 02 CF 312 I have here, and it's actually 314. During the course of his incarceration in the Kenosha County Jail, Mr. Thompson became acquainted with Mark Jensen, who stood accused of the murder of his wife, Julie Jensen. Mr. Thompson testified in the Jensen case that Mark Jensen had solicited him to arrange to have a witness named Ed Klug, quote, sat on, unquote, or kidnapped in order to prevent Mr. Klug from testifying. The state had intercepted and recorded telephone conversations between Mark Jensen and various family members which corroborated Mr. Thompson's testimony. I stress that Mr. Thompson had never actually intended to participate in a kidnapping scheme. Rather, it was his intent to induce Mark Jensen to participate in such a scheme so that he could testify on behalf of the state in this matter. I believe that David Thompson testified truthfully in this matter. Furthermore, he was of substantial assistance to the state in the successful investigation and prosecution of this murder case. I do hope that you will consider this as a mitigating factor when deciding upon an appropriate sentence for Mr. Thompson. Now, that's what I did. And at that time, as I said, I was chief legal counsel at the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. I wasn't even a prosecutor anymore, but I had been the special prosecutor in the Mark Jensen case. As you recall, I'd left to go off to be chief counsel at the DOT. Now, in terms of, he can ask Mr. Thompson what sentence he was expecting to get when he entered the plea, and then what sentence he got, and whether or not this letter was of benefit. But it really would be purely speculative for Mr. Thompson to try to anticipate the impact that this letter had on the judge. And it would also be purely speculative for this court to try to assess what impact this letter had on the judge. But I would move the first letter to the defense attorney in as an exhibit, and the second letter to Judge Anderson as an exhibit. I don't know what the exhibit numbers are, but I'll provide them to the clerk right now, and I'm sure she can.
Was that the attorney that represented him on the federal charges? Or?
Yes, sir.
All
Attorney Clifford Green. I presume that it was. I don't know, but I wrote it to him, so I imagine I was told he was a defense attorney.
So we don't have any other letters that you wrote regarding Mr. Thompson for consideration?
Not that I'm aware of.
So why are you telling me there's another letter?
Well, it was my understanding that there was another letter detailing cooperation. Mr. Thompson is aware of that he received a benefit from it. The Washington County stuff all got dismissed.
Where's the letter?
Well, I don't have it in front of me. I don't have it. I believe that we are looking too far down the road, that the motive that makes this relevant is the information, the knowledge that Mr. Thompson had on September 6th, 2007, when he decided he would help himself by proposing this suggestion to Mark Jensen, and then by reaching out to the prosecutors. And all of that is his motive. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Jamboys contacted him in advance and said, if you come up with a plan, if you talk to Mark Jensen, this is what I'll do for you. I'm saying it's the other way around, that Mr. Thompson had storm clouds had gathered in terms of everything that he was facing, and he made a decision, and then whatever he got out of it with the state, he got out of it. But the things that he was facing at the time that he made that decision is motive evidence, and that's always relevant.
Well, I don't disagree with, he's getting a deal or whatever legal term you want to use. Like I said, I'm not going to stop you from going there. But you're talking about some letter to a Waukesha court or judge that doesn't exist. It's not in evidence. We do have the 2 letters that Mr. Jambois wrote. Obviously, that's all relevant. And as indicated, the Waukesha charges were dismissed or not convictions. So everything you tell me is the opposite of 90609. If it's not a conviction, it's not coming in.
Because it's not 90609 evidence, because it's motive evidence.
Well, I'm not stopping you as to motive that he got the consideration. So you can go there, but you're not going to get specific.
So if I just want to be clear, I understand where the court's drawing the line, okay? So I can get into what he was facing, not specific factual allegations of what he was facing.
I don't want you reading the criminal complaints is what I'm getting at.
Not
And
to
that's
do
what
that.
you started to do.
Well, actually, I mean, I said that you had robbed a bank in Gurney, Illinois in the date. But if I...
That's what's in a criminal complaint.
Yeah, it usually is. It ought to be. If it was a bank robbery from June of 2007, and this is the maximum penalty we're facing...
That's fine.
All okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
The things that he didn't testify about that he was facing, maximum penalties, all fine?
If it's part of the deal, it's fine.
Wait a minute, the things that he didn't testify about, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, my understanding is this. You can ask him what his motivation. He was facing significant imprisonment on 2 bank robbery charges. At the time of his trial, at the time of the trial where he testified in this case, he'd already entered pleas. He'd already entered pleas to 2 bank robberies without any agreement from the state at all. It was an agreement between him and the federal authorities. And then, so he was facing sentencing at the time of this trial that he testified at in 2008. He hadn't entered the pleas at the time that he reached out to the state and was talking to us about his conversations with Mark Jensen. But he negotiated apparently some kind of an agreement with the federal authorities without utilizing anything from this office. So at the time that he was testifying, he'd already pled to 2 bank robbery charges.
I don't care what he had pled to at the time of testifying. I care about what he was facing on September 6, 2007, when he put this plan into motion and came up with it to help himself.
We're done talking. You can get into the charges that he was facing. You can't get into the actual facts according to 90609.
Okay. So with the clarification that I asked for earlier,
I'm afraid to listen to you because we're going to continue.
It's all okay. I don't want to. I understand the court's ruling, I think.
I mean, like I said, you can't say, well, by the way, you were in the bank robbery. You're the one that put the gun to the teller. You're the one that demanded the money.
I mean, I'll say
we're not going that way.
All of that came in 2008. The state knew this. The state didn't seek to exclude it, and they didn't seek to exclude it pre-trial.
But I still can make a ruling, can't I?
You can. But in terms of other rulings in this case, especially when the state had represented at that hearing, that all fine with rulings from Judge Schrader, the ones were not, we've got this enumerated list of motions in limine.
So, Your Honor, I just want to say this.
Should
First
be
of
able
all,
to rely on that.
he's talking about these Washington County cases. The complaint in the Washington County case was filed on October 11th, 2007. So it was a month after he'd already been having these conversations with Mark Jensen. So there's no possible way that his ultimate whatever happened to him in Washington had anything to do with this. He didn't even know about the charges in Washington in September of 2007 because the charges weren't filed until October 11th, 2007.
It's news to me. Nobody told me that.
So now, we just started looking it up because I had not thought he was going to be asked questions about this Washington because the only charges he was facing at that time were these federal bank robbery charges. He was there because he was a federal inmate on these 2 bank robbery charges, which has nothing to do with Washington. And that's why this is so unfair. You know, we did have these rulings, we did have these arguments in advance. We're not supposed to be having this conversation now. And we're having the conversation because he ignored the court's ruling.
Well, I'm shocked to find out the complaints were filed after.
They weren't. I mean, well,
Well, now you're telling me they weren't. It's got to be one or the other.
the filing date, the date of offense predates when he got there in terms of what he had been arrested
Where
for.
they filed. You guys got to have CCAP records.
The offense date was August 26,
I'm not
2007.
talking about the offense date. I'm talking about when the complaint was filed.
Complaint was filed in October of 2007. His knowledge of what he had been arrested for, what he was facing, and all predating
The complaints weren't even filed
his
yet.
testimony.
They weren't even filed. You're acting like he's on the Supreme Court of the United States. All this legal. If they were filed afterward, we're not going to get into them.
If I could have just a minute to
We're done.
double check.
I'm going to give you a minute to get ready, and I'll bring out the jury. I let you make your record. I think I was patient enough. Okay, bring out the jury.
All rise for the jury.
All right, the jury's back in the courtroom. We're back on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen, and you can continue with your cross, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
you testified on direct that when you got to the Kenosha County Jail on September 6, 2007, you were there because of federal bank robberies, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what you were facing in those federal bank robberies?
Well, the maximum penalty was 20 years apiece, but I was only facing like 5 years.
You only thought you would get like 5 years.
Well, I figured it out through the sentencing guidelines sheet that according to all my convictions, I was only looking at the maximum of 60 months.
Okay, you were facing 20 years for each bank robbery, correct?
Well, that's what the charge carries, yeah. But when you do your federal guidelines time sheet, it tells you exactly how much time you'll be getting for whatever charge you have.
When you were in the Kenosha jail facing years in prison on these bank robberies, you had a child at home with your fiancée, correct?
Yes.
That's who Kim was, your
Yes.
fiancée?
Well, no, she wasn't my fiancée. She was just my girlfriend. We weren't, engaged or anything.
How long have you been in custody as of September 6, 2007?
September 6th to I had just got into custody then.
Fair to say that money was tight at home?
Yeah, somewhat. Actually, yeah, somewhat. I think more so I was just being greedy, that's all.
You were being considered an armed career criminal.
It was in consideration.
An armed career criminal would make you face 30 years to life.
In feds, yes, absolutely.
You got there on September 6th, And we heard these phone calls that were dated September 11th and September 12th, right?
Yes.
On September 8th, 3 days before that first phone call, you wrote a letter to Kim, right?
Yes.
In that letter, you said, "It's time to help myself."
Yes.
And by the time you wrote that letter, you had already put together a plan.
Somewhat of a plan, not a solid plan.
Because on the second or third day that you were in the jail, you learned that Mark Jensen was a defendant in a high-profile case.
Yes.
And you knew people had been beating up Mark Jensen.
Yes.
You knew he was getting beaten up and that people were taking his canteen money.
Yes.
And I don't know if everyone knows what canteen money is, but that's money for coffee, sandwiches, toothbrush, soap, really anything you might want to buy at the jail, right?
Yes.
And you knew that people were just kind of taking this stuff from him.
Yes.
You knew he had been beaten up for not giving people his food.
Yes.
You approached him and you wanted him to make a phone call for you.
Yes.
And he didn't, right?
Yes.
And you hit him.
No, I didn't hit him.
You said you had a little altercation with him?
Yeah, he promised me on three separate occasions that he would make this phone call to me, and I told him either you're going to do it or don't do it. Don't keep lying to me. And that's what upset me.
It's your testimony that you did not hit him.
No, I shoved him. I didn't hit him.
You wanted him to call your fiancée for you.
Yes.
And by the third time after the altercation, he made the call?
Yeah, I think a couple of days later he made the phone call for me, yeah.
You asked again, you shoved him, and then he made the call?
No, not in that fashion. No, he didn't make the call until after I apologized to him and we became somewhat closer.
You told him, "Don't play with me"?
I told him stop lying to me.
You stole his commissary too.
No, I never stole anything from him. You didn't have to steal anything from him. He would give it away freely.
He made a phone call, and you took the phone from him and talked to his parents.
No.
You didn't take the phone from him?
No, I didn't take the phone from him. He gave me the phone. I didn't take it from him.
You decided to try to suggest a plan to Mark Jensen and then report it to the prosecutor.
No.
You were going to try to convince Mark Jensen to get involved in a plot, right?
No. I was just trying to trick Mark Jensen out of some money. That was my only plan.
That was how you were going to help yourself?
No, if you let me finish it, I'll explain to you how I was going to help myself. I wanted to trick Mark out of the money. That was the initial plan. Once everything got recorded on the telephone, my lawyer told me that that they recorded all the phone calls, and he told me to come forth and be truthful before I end up getting a different charge. And that's when I came forth and told everything that happened as it did. I wasn't gaining anything from telling the truth other than preventing myself from getting another charge.
You're the one that suggested this plan about Ed Klug to him.
No. I didn't even know Ed Klug, so how could I suggest a plan to him?
After you remember testifying in this case before?
Yes.
January 14th, 2008. Counselor directing you to 107. Question, well, you're the one who suggested that. Answer, okay. Question, true. Answer, if that's yeah, yeah. Is that your testimony?
Could you repeat that, please?
Question, well, you're the one who suggested that. Answer, okay. Question, true. Answer, if that's yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, suggested what? What are you saying I suggested?
The question on the previous page, page 106. Question, well, it was your idea from what you've testified to that you were going to talk to him about getting rid of a witness, right? Answer, I wouldn't say I really initiated that plan. I just went along with what he was talking about and fed it to him.
Absolutely, I did that.
You fed him the details.
No, I didn't feed him details. He asked me a series of questions, and I gave him the answers that I thought he would accept in order for me to get the payment.
Mark Jensen had told you that Ed Klug was lying, right?
He said he was lying, but if he was lying, why did he want to get rid of him?
You tried to get Mark to put money in your commissary.
I asked him, yes. I didn't force him. I asked him.
You tried to get Mark to give you $500.
Yeah, I tried to trick him out of $500, absolutely.
You tried to get Mark to involve himself so you could help yourself with your pending charges.
No, Mark involved himself when he mentioned to me that he needed something to happen to the guy that was testifying against him. That's when he involved himself. I didn't mention that to him.
You testified on direct about what your lawyer told you to keep doing, right?
My lawyer told me to shut up before I got myself in trouble.
Your lawyer told you just keep talking to Mark about your plan.
No, where'd you read that at? You see my lawyer with that statement?
You gave a recorded interview with the prosecutors on October 10th, 2007. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Counsel at the top.
Let me get to it here, please. Oh, here we go, page 4. I think it's right here. Starting with what?
Starting with probably the fourth sentence. So I go to court and I mentioned it to my lawyer, Mr. Green, and he said, well, just keep talking to him, and if something comes up, just let me know.
Right. There you go. That's what happened. Right. Wasn't like you just said.
And so what you did is you just kept talking to him, and finally he agreed he would pay.
Well, no, he did all that before I even talked to my lawyer. All that occurred prior to that.
Well, the sentence after what I had just read from October 10th, 2007 says, so I kept talking to him, and finally he agreed he would pay to have the dude held, or if push come to shove, completely taken out of the picture.
Yeah, those were his words, yes.
So you just kept talking to him, and finally he agreed.
No, he agreed long before that. He brought the idea to me. He said he needed something done to his guy that was testifying against him, and I said I might be able to help you with that.
Now, your plan...
Did you see those words in there, right? Where I said I might be able to help you with that, right? You do see that in there, right?
Your plan was you were going to keep Mr. Klug in his house until any trial was over.
Absolutely.
A 6-week trial.
It was all fictitious. It never was going to happen. I just wanted the money.
Your plan was this would all happen for $1,000.
Yeah, that's what I told them.
You were gonna kill somebody for $1,000.
No, I was locked up. How was I going to do anything to anyone?
No money ever exchanged hands, did it?
Nope.
The deal was that Mr. Jamboys is going to write a letter to the federal sentencing court, right?
There was no deal.
That's not a deal?
That was not a deal. It was a deal is when you put your signature on something and the judge and you accept it. That's a deal. I didn't do any of that.
On October 10th, 2007, you met with Mr. Jamboys, right?
Yes.
And in that discussion, he said he'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation and agreement to testify, right?
No, not in agreement to testify, but in agreement for my cooperation during the process of the trial. The agreement was for me to be truthful about what happened on the telephone calls. That's what the agreement was. That's what kept me out of further trouble, is testifying to the telephone calls.
Page 72 of January 14th, 2008, starting at the bottom line, going into the top of page 73. Question, and at that time Mr. Jamboys told you that he had told your attorney, and he's telling you this, that he had told your attorney he'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation in the case, your cooperation with the authorities in the case, and your agreement to testify. Answer, yes. Question, right? Answer, yes, yes.
Well, as you said, he told my attorney that, not me.
And you were part of this October 10th, 2007 recorded interrogation.
With my lawyer and Mr. Jamboys? No.
That's when this
All
was...
three of us?
That's
No.
when this was said.
That probably was just me and my lawyer.
You were required to be truthful to any question posed by Mr. Jamboys, right?
To any question posed by anyone on the court.
In order to get this letter from Mr. Jamboys, you had to be truthful, correct?
Of course.
Truthful was as determined by Mr. Jamboys.
No, truthful as in determined by my phone calls, because if I had attested to anything other than what was on those phone calls, I would have got charged with perjury.
The federal sentencing court had the ability to sentence you up to 40 years, correct?
They had the ability, but they never do.
They were considering, at the time that you came up with this plan, considering you an armed career criminal, correct?
Yes.
Where you'd be facing 30 years to life.
Absolutely.
All of this testimony and this plot was part of the plan to help yourself.
No, and I'll tell you why. I was never in possession of a firearm. I never used a firearm in the commission of my crime. The firearm was found at my house, which was later on determined to be in possession, owned by Kim Nicholas, my girlfriend. It was her gun. Only thing I was charged with was having a half a pound of weed and a bank robbery.
Judge, could we have a brief sidebar?
Go take a break, folks. All right, they're out of the courtroom. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
I didn't ask, but we just got incomplete details about what he was facing in terms of the felon in possession of a firearm and the possession of marijuana charge that I was not supposed to go into details on. And because he's gone into it, I believe I'm entitled to ask details about that.
State want to say anything?
Your Honor, this was in response to the question about whether he was going to be charged as an armed offender in the federal charges, in the federal case against him. And he was responding that he'd not used a gun in the federal charge against him, in the federal case against him. So there was no possibility of him being an armed offender in the federal. Now, Mr. Thompson apparently he's not aware that, the stuff in Waukesha is off limits, so he made some reference to a gun in his residence. But that's got nothing to do with the federal charges.
He's been sitting right here this entire time.
Well, he did mention the firearm. So if it's connected to the robbery charge, you can get into that.
But it's not connected to the robbery charge, Your Honor, except that it's connected to whether he'd be deemed a federal armed criminal, because if under the federal guidelines, and I don't even know what they are because I don't do federal cases, apparently if you're an armed career criminal, then suddenly you're looking at 30 years to life imprisonment. But remember, at the time that Mr. Thompson testified in 2008, he'd already entered a plea on January 14th, 2008, to 2 charges of bank robbery without any armed criminal career offender status.
I understand where you're going, but the problem I got, the genie's out of the box now when he talked about weed and the firearm to the jury.
The weed and the firearm is from Washington County.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And he hadn't even been charged yet. When he was talking with Mark Jensen, and when he was on the phone about this stuff, he hadn't been charged with anything in Washington.
I understand, but he just mentioned it to the jury. So I'll give you a little bit. We're not going to get into 2 hours of questioning about.
Well, I hope not. It's part of the federal sentencing guidelines. That was all part of it. So.
Just a little bit. I'll let you go because he mentioned it. So let's bring back the jury.
The jury.
All right, we're back on the record. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The jury's back in the courtroom. You can continue, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
right before that break, I'd asked you that you were being considered to be charged as an armed career criminal. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if so, you would have been facing 30 years to life.
If so, yes.
And you explained that the gun wasn't yours, but the weed was.
Yes.
That's from an offense dated 9 days before you got, my math is bad, 11 days before you got to the Kenosha County Jail, isn't it?
No, actually, when I got arrested on a Friday, they went to my house that Monday and conducted a search, which is when they found the marijuana and the pistol at my home. As I said, the pistol belonged to my girlfriend at the time, and the marijuana was mine. So they charged me with the marijuana and threw out the pistol case.
You told the FBI in that case that you stole that gun from a drug dealer.
Yeah, I told the FBI quite a few things.
Those were lies?
Absolutely.
You lied to protect your family?
Yes.
And you didn't want your fiancée to be charged with any of that?
Well, not just that, but she really had nothing to do with what happened. It was all me.
Now, that case, the disposition of it would have affected your federal sentencing guidelines, correct?
It would have, yes.
That would have drastically increased it.
Yes.
In that case alone, you were facing 14 years for the felon in possession charge of a firearm.
Yes.
7 years for the marijuana.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no evidence that the Washington case has anything to do with this case.
I made my ruling, and so we're going to continue limited in this area, I said.
All of that was known to you when you wrote to your fiancée, Kim, recognizing Mark Jensen in the jail, learning who he was, that it was time to help yourself. Isn't that true?
To some degree, not totally true. Some of it, because prior to I had those charges when I arrived here, and I had those charges resolved before this Mark Jensen case even took place. I had already pled to that in January.
Right. I'm talking about September 6, 2007.
Well, like I said, September is the only reason I agreed then is because of what was on the telephone. I couldn't beat that. I mean, you can't deny what's recorded. So I had to tell the truth about that. I was bound to tell the truth on that.
So you'll lie when you can, but not when you can't get away with it?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Known to you on September 8th, that's when you wrote the letter, "It's time to help myself," right?
Somewhere around there, yeah, I guess, yeah.
No further questions.
Any further redirect, Mr. Jamboy?
So, Mr. Thompson, what are you facing right now?
Oh, nothing. I've been out of jail a long time now. Had several businesses and doing quite well.
So, where were you supposed to? You're here today in this courtroom. Where were you planning to be today before you were told you got to come to court?
Oh, I had school. I'm in school for human services, and missed class today.
You're missing class to be here?
Yes.
And what are you going to school for?
Human services. I'll be a drug counselor.
And you said you've had a number of occupations. Tell us about your employment history over the last 5 years or so.
Once I got released from federal prison in 2010.
Judge, I do object to this being outside the scope.
Well, you attacked his credibility. I think the state can go back into it. So let's go.
So once you got out of federal prison in 2010.
Yeah, well, I would say 2014.
2014.
Because I went back for a revocation. So since 2014, I've been self-employed.
So tell us about the first way you were self-employed when you first got out of prison.
The first business I had was a cleaning service in Madison, Wisconsin. I started cleaning dormitories at UW-Madison.
And when would you do that, and how much did that pay?
$40 an hour.
For cleaning dormitories?
Yeah.
And how long did you do that for?
About a year.
And then what did you do?
I had a transportation company, RCT Express, where I had a Sprinter van delivering loads cross country.
And who drove the van?
I did.
And how long did you do that for?
About 3 years.
And so that was up till about 2018 or so?
Yeah.
And then what did you do?
I had another job. I worked at I had Northwoods Property Management. I had a contract with them to clean cottages and cabins on the weekends for $50 an hour, and I worked at Merrill Iron and Steel in Wausau, and I made $26 an hour there during the week.
And how long did you keep those two jobs?
Until I moved back here in Milwaukee in 2019.
And when you moved back to Milwaukee, what were you doing?
I worked at the Hampton Inn Hotel downtown. I was the head maintenance man down there.
And when did you leave that job, or did you leave that job?
When I started my own cleaning company back up again. Elite Cleaning Services is what I do now and outside of school.
So you're doing two things. You're going to school and you're running Elite Cleaning Services?
Cleaning Services, yes.
So tell us what Elite Cleaning Services does.
Power washing, clean apartments for residential move-in, move-outs for CEOs that come in from out of town and they rent various apartments. And once they leave, I go in and I clean them up.
Now, do you clean it up yourself, or do you have people working for you to clean it up?
I do everything myself.
And how much do you get paid for doing that?
$40 an hour.
So you've got this Elite Cleaning Services that pays $40 an hour, and you're going to school.
Yes.
And how many days a week do you go to school?
3 days a week, full time.
So you're going to school full time?
Yeah.
And you're working full time?
Yeah.
So today all you're getting for testifying is the inconvenience of coming here and missing work and school.
Missing my class, yeah.
Are you telling the jury the truth?
Absolutely.
Were you telling the jury the truth back in 2008?
Yes, when I testified to what was on those phone calls, absolutely.
Now, you did go before a federal judge and you did get sentenced on those bank robbery charges, right?
Yes.
Now, you were expecting to get, before you provided any testimony in this case, you were expecting your attorney and you were expecting you were going to get about 5 years?
Yeah.
That's what you were expecting to get?
Yeah, according to the federal sentencing guidelines, I was facing 5 years, yeah.
This letter. I'm going to show you two letters, one marked S77 and one marked S78, and I'm going to provide them to you, and then I'm going to ask you questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Have you read them both?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember ever seeing those letters before?
Yes, my attorney had them. I had a copy of them as well back then. I don't have it now.
Okay. Let me. Now, did your attorney show you these letters before you were sentenced by in the federal courts?
Yes.
And the federal judge was the Honorable Wayne Anderson in the
Yes.
Bloomberg Federal Courthouse?
Yes.
So this is the letter that I wrote to attorney. And who wrote the letters that you were reading? Who signed these letters?
Oh, you did.
And so the first letter is to Attorney Green. It reads, Dear Attorney Green, I've been informed that you are the attorney representing David Thompson. I have prepared this letter and would appreciate it if you would provide it to the Judge Wayne Anderson prior to Mr. Thompson's sentencing. Thank you. Sincerely, Robert Jamboys. That was the letter that your attorney received?
Yes.
And then enclosed in that letter was this letter. Dear Judge Anderson, it is my understanding that David Thompson will soon be standing before you to be sentenced for his role in 2 bank robberies. I don't know anything about the circumstances surrounding those 2 incidents. However, I do think you should know that David Thompson recently testified in the case of State versus Mark Jensen. During the course of his incarceration in the Kenosha County Jail, Mr. Thompson became acquainted with Mark Jensen, who stood accused of the murder of his wife, Julie Jensen. Mr. Thompson testified in the Jensen case that Mark Jensen...
I do object to the full contents of this letter being read, aside from just this letter detailing that Mr. Jamboys found him cooperative.
Well, Your Honor, they were going into great detail on cross-examination.
I'm all out because we've had a lot of questions about supposedly what happened with the bank robbery charges, the sentence, and the consideration he was supposed to get. It's part of the consideration, so go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
So I'll start at the beginning of the second paragraph. During the course of his incarceration in the Kenosha County Jail, Mr. Thompson became acquainted with Mark Jensen, who stood accused of the murder of his wife, Julie Jensen. Mr. Thompson testified in the Jensen case that Mark Jensen had solicited him to arrange to have a witness named Ed Klug, quote, sat on, unquote, or kidnapped in order to prevent Mr. Klug from testifying. The state had intercepted and recorded telephone conversations between Mark Jensen and various family members which corroborated Mr. Thompson's testimony. I stress that Mr. Thompson had never actually intended to participate in a kidnapping scheme. Rather, it was intent to induce Mark Jensen to participate in such a scheme so that he could testify on behalf of the state in this matter. I believe that David Thompson testified truthfully in this matter. Furthermore, he was of substantial assistance to the state in the successful investigation and prosecution of this murder case.
Objection, Judge, in terms of what Mr. Jamboys is currently reading. If could explain it sidebar, I'd be happy to.
We're going to stop here, Mr. Jamboys, from you reading for...
Well, I'll just go to the final sentence. I do hope that you will consider that as a mitigating factor when deciding upon an appropriate sentence for Mr. Thompson. Now, is that the letter that I wrote on your behalf to Judge Anderson?
Yes.
And you were happy to receive that letter?
Absolutely.
And that letter is consistent with the representations I'd made to you, isn't it, in the October 10th, 2007 interview that occurred?
Yes.
And at that interview, do you remember who was present in the room when I interviewed you?
I think it was you, I, and Angie.
Angelina Gabrielle?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Miles being there?
Yes.
I'd request this be marked as, that this interview be marked as, I guess, Exhibit S79.
I'd object to it being received into evidence with the portions that subject to redaction.
We'll wait for that then. Just remind you, it's 79, right? Exhibit 79? All right, 79. We'll wait whether it's going to be received or not.
Would you like to know the impact that letter had on my sentencing?
You know, that's a good question. That's a good point. Yes. What sentence did you get from the federal judge?
It had no weight. Judge Anderson, had you pulled the federal files, you would see that Judge Anderson said clearly that what happened in Wisconsin he has no jurisdiction over.
So what sentence did you get?
They gave me 47 months.
Pretty consistent with the guidelines.
Pretty consistent with the guidelines, just a little bit under the guidelines.
Well, the guidelines would have been 60 months, right?
Right, yeah.
So maybe 13 months off. The judge didn't completely ignore me.
Yeah, I mean, I went to jail in 2000 and I was home in 2010.
Yeah.
I mean, 2008 and I was home in 2010.
Federal judges aren't the only judges that disregard me, just so you know. But the letter that I wrote regardless of whether the judge paid any attention to it, the letter I wrote was consistent with the promise I'd made to you.
Yes, it was a good letter, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, Mr. Perry had asked you questions about this interview. And so in this interview, you and I did ask you questions about the conversation you had with Mark Jensen, didn't I?
Yes.
So let's be clear, because you were asked questions on cross about this. Who first raised this issue about getting rid of or sitting on Ed Klug?
Oh, he did. Mark Jensen did.
So what was the context in which he raised the issue about getting rid of Ed Klug?
Me, I just tried to tell.
Listen carefully.
Okay.
What was the context in which he raised the issue of getting rid of Ed Klug? What was the conversation? What were you talking about when he raised this issue about getting rid of Ed Klug?
He was worried that, because we had been talking, and I kept seeing a worried look on his face. I asked him what's the problem. He said, I'm worried about this guy's going to testify against me. And that's when we went into the conversation and came out with, what he wanted to do.
He told you the guy is coming to court against me, but he's lying.
Yeah.
And what did you say in response to him telling you that he's coming to court, but he's lying?
I can't say exactly what I said, but it was something to the extent that I might be able to help you with that.
Well, do you recall telling him, I said, well, if he's lying, then why would you want him out of the picture? Then if he's lying, the court might see that he's lying, and that would be that. Do you recall telling him anything like that?
Yeah.
And what did he say after you'd suggested, well, if he's lying, then why do you want to get him out of the picture?
He never changed his stance on it.
Who was the first person to raise the proposal or suggest getting rid of Ed Klug?
Mr. Jensen.
So you're not the one who initiated that. He is.
He is, yes.
After he was complaining about Ed Klug coming to court and lying against him.
Yes.
That was your statement then, and that's your statement now.
Absolutely.
Mark Jensen first raised this issue about getting rid of Ed Klug, was it, I'm not clear on this, was it your intention at that point to try to get $500 out of him, or was it your intention to try to get him to commit to this proposition so you could use it with your lawyer?
Well, initially I wanted to get the money out of him, but once I found out that everything we talked about had been recorded and it was going to be used against me, my attorney told me that, look, you better just go in there and tell the truth.
Defense counsel on his cross-examination had asked you about this question, and I'm directing court and counsel's attention to the transcript for the trial testimony. Was it January 8th? January 14th. Question, would it be fair to say you talked to your lawyer about it, right? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and then he said, just keep talking to Mr. Jensen, to Mark Jensen, right? Answer, my lawyer said that? I can't recall he said that. Okay, question, okay, do you recall page 4, counsel? When you were being interviewed on October 10th, you said, I mentioned it to my lawyer, Mr. Green, and he said, well, just keep talking to him. And if something comes up, just let me know. Okay, that could be true. So then we go to that interview. So on page 4 of that interview, directing court's counsel to page 4, and going to the top, starting midway through the first line. So I told him, I said, man, look here, maybe I can help you, So he said, what? And I was like, I got to go to court, today. I'll talk to you when I get back. So I go to court, and I mentioned it to my lawyer, Mr. Green. And he said, well, just keep talking to him, and if something comes up, just let me know. So I kept talking to him, and finally he agreed he would pay to have the dude held, or if push came to shove, completely take out of the picture. And so I gave him a ballpark. I said, well, $1,000. Now, you remember that portion of the interview?
Yes.
And then later on, though, I said, well, anything is possible. So at that point, I'm like, man, I need to talk to Mr. Green again. But before that happened, you guys come to see me. And I told you the story when we was meeting over there. And the next thing I know, I got a letter, a mailing from my attorney saying to stay off the phone. Everything is being recorded and whatnot. So I said, okay, I'll stay my ass off the phone then. But I don't think you kind of really believed me when I told you the story at first. Do you remember then telling the rest so that when you're talking to your lawyer, he said, go ahead and keep talking. Once you'd explain to him what the theory was here, that you were going to try to that you were talking to Mark Jensen about this kidnapping plan. Mm-hmm. Not that you were going to actually involve yourself in a kidnapping plan.
We just were talking about it, see how far he was trying to go with it.
But previously you'd sent some sort of a brief correspondence, and Mr. Green had written you a letter saying, stay off the phone because they're recording the phone calls.
Right.
Now, you weren't present when Mark Jensen then subsequently talked to his family members about this.
Objection outside of the scope of his knowledge just by the nature of his question.
Sustained.
Well, were you present at any time when Mark Jensen talked to any member of his family about this case?
No.
Except you were present when you talked to Kim, correct?
Yes.
And you just heard those phone conversations this morning. So Mark Jensen had gotten on the phone and talked to Kim?
Yes.
And when you were talking to Kim and you got the spelling wrong on Stifle Nicholas, Mark Jensen could be heard in the background?
Yes, he corrected the spelling for me.
And also, when you were giving this address to Kim, the address for Ed Klug, that's the address that Mark Jensen had given you?
Yes.
But you didn't hear any other subsequent phone conversations between Mark Jensen and his family members?
No.
Nothing further?
Want to recross, Mr. Perry?
A few questions.
Go ahead.
If I understand your testimony, for you the motivation was money first?
Yeah, it was all about the money from the whole time. The whole time I was having a conversation with him.
Then after you were being confronted with phone calls, did you decide, well, I better make something of this for your case?
No, when I got confronted with the phone calls, I mean, I couldn't deny what was on what had been recorded, so I just, came forth and told the truth.
And those phone calls that we heard were September 11th and September 12th, 2007, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
So on September 8th, which is 3 days before the first of those phone calls, that's when you wrote that it was time to help yourself, isn't it?
I can't recall what day it was, but I know that I wrote that letter, yes.
And it was your testimony earlier today that it was September 8th.
Okay.
In terms of whose plan it was that you just testified to, I'm going to direct attention to page 109 of January 14th, 2008. At the bottom, question, well, your plan that you were talking about was that you were going to keep Mr. Klug in his house until the trial is over. Answer, yeah. Now I go to page 110. Question, that was the plan. Answer, yes. Question, so you were just going to have somebody wait for Mr. Klug by the garage and then take him in the house and wait for the trial to be over? Answer, that's what I told Mark, but no, I wasn't going to have that done. No, I had no way of having that done. Question, and Mark Jensen, you're telling me Mark Jensen thought that was a workable plan? Answer, evidently, he went along with it. He provided me with the information I needed. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
You just explained that you pled in 2008?
To my federal charges?
Yes.
Yes.
Out in 2010?
Yes. I did 85% of my time.
And Mr. Jamboy's letter got over a year knocked off of 47 months.
No, it didn't. It didn't get anything knocked off. The judge wouldn't even take it into consideration.
He said instead of 47 months, you had 13 months off of that.
Right, and the fact that I didn't use a gun in the commission of my crimes, he gave me the lower scale of the sentencing guidelines. Because I jumped over the counter and took the money. I never threatened anyone or used a gun or anything.
And
that's why he gave me the low end of sentencing.
And the gun thing in Washington County, that went away.
That gun was already at home, so that was Kim's gun. So they gave that to her, and it just completely disappeared. I took charge for the half a pound of marijuana because it was mine.
And you didn't get any additional time in Washington County, did you?
I wasn't facing any additional time in Washington County other than those two charges.
It was run concurrent.
Concurrent to what?
The federal sentence.
Oh, yeah, it ran concurrent, yeah. But they gave me, they sentenced me, yeah, and Washington County's one made the time run concurrent.
That's right.
Yeah.
This was pretty, when you wrote it was time to help yourself, you did that pretty effectively, didn't you?
Well, actually, Mark did.
No further questions.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
So now, Your Honor, the state intends to be playing some subsequent phone calls between Mark Jensen and various members of his family, and the defense has stipulated the foundation for these, so we don't need to produce Detective Zielsdorf.
All right, we're going to need a break. I need a break, folks. Go
I
back,
guess now we're gonna
relax
take
for
a
a
break.
bit. Don't talk about the case.
Another job.
The 79, I want to deal with it while we are all fresh. Who has that exhibit?
It should be over there, Your Honor.
The attorneys have a copy of the letter. Can I see it?
I don't have a handy copy. I don't have one.
You said 79. I got 77 and 78. So
Well, the letter, if you're talking about the letter, I think that was, 79 was the interview.
what exhibit did you object? Yeah, you said 79 on the record.
I just objected to the letter. I don't know what number it was.
The letter is 78.
Well, okay, 78 is the letter.
All right.
Yes, but the objection, there were a couple of objections. One was an objection to the admission of 79, which is the transcript of the interview, the recorded interview between David Thompson and myself.
I think that's the wrong exhibit.
Then I misspoke then. My objection is 78. It hasn't been admitted into evidence, so.
78 is
We're all
what
fine,
you're
right?
objecting to.
Yes.
Right. So 79's coming in.
Okay.
77's coming in. We're just dealing with 78 now.
My objection on 78 and my objection to Mr. Jamboy's reading this to the jury talks about the successful prosecution of Mark Jensen,
That's all stricken.
which shouldn't have come in.
I'll tell them it's up. They're not to
Well,
consider it.
Certainly that one, Your Honor, as I was reading, I was realizing, I shouldn't have mentioned that one sentence. I should have jumped to the end.
There's two sentences that are going to be stricken.
Which two sentences are they?
I believe David Thompson testified truthfully in this matter. Furthermore, he was substantial assistance to the state in a successful investigation and prosecution of his murder case. Those two sentences are out. I'll tell the jury they're stricken or not to consider it.
I'd ask actually that instead of telling them that those two lines in particular were stricken, because that just draws more attention to it, is that it be reread with those excised and that they're to consider only that information and not any other information they may have heard about the letter.
And who's going to reread the letter?
I'd ask Mr. Jamboys to read it correctly this time.
Well, I read it correctly last time, but I'd be happy to leave out those two sentences, and I'll read it correctly this time with those two sentences excised.
All right, that's what we'll tell them, that 78 is going to come in and the letter's going to be reread to the jury. That's all you don't want me to say which sentences are stricken, right?
Right.
Okay. I'll give you back 78
Thank
then,
you, Your
Mr. Jamboys. Here's 77. It's coming in. Yeah.
I mean, with the,
Work something out.
I am asking for the instruction that any other information about the letter not be considered.
What was the instruction you wanted?
That any other information they received about the contents of the letter not be considered except for what Mr. Jamboys is going to be reading into
Any
the
other
record.
information should not be considered except for what is being read to the jury by Mr. Jamboys, right?
That's right.
All right. rise for the jury. Okay, we're back on the record. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. We just have to tie up something from the testimony that we finished before the break. It's the letter Mr. Jambois wrote to the authorities in Illinois. I will tell you, any information, you should not consider any information except for what's in the letter now that Mr. Jambois is going to read back to you. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you, Your Honor. The letter is dated March 11, 2008. The Honorable Wayne Anderson, Bloomberg Federal Courthouse. Ray David Thompson. Dear Judge Anderson, it is my understanding that David Thompson will soon be standing before you to be sentenced for his role in 2 bank robberies. I don't know anything about the circumstances surrounding these 2 incidents. However, I do think you should know that David Thompson recently testified in the case of State versus Mark Jensen. During the course of his incarceration in the Kenosha County Jail, Mr. Thompson became acquainted with Mark Jensen, who stood accused of the murder of his wife, Julie Jensen. Mr. Thompson testified in the Jensen case that Mark Jensen had solicited him to arrange to have a witness named Ed Klug, quote, sat on, unquote, or kidnapped in order to prevent Mr. Klug from testifying. The state had intercepted and recorded telephone conversations between Mark Jensen and various family members which corroborated Mr. Thompson's testimony. I stress that Mr. Thompson had never actually intended to participate in a kidnapping scheme. Rather, it was his intent to induce Mark Jensen to participate in such a scheme so that he could testify on behalf of the state in this matter. I do hope that you will consider that as a mitigating factor when deciding upon an appropriate sentence for Mr. Thompson, and then assign sincerely Robert Jambois.
All right, Exhibit then 78 will be received. All right, what do we do next now for the state?
So, Judge, this is Exhibit 75, and we are going to be playing excerpts from jail phone calls. This initial one is from July 31st of 2007 between Mark Jensen and his parents, and it begins at 04:35.
All right, play the phone call.
But anyhow, we're going full speed ahead, but I would be somewhat shocked as how this thing is developing here, because it's different from what we were talking. We got this witness here who says you did it.
Right. Or talk about it, yeah. But, you know, again, where does the seat come up, you know?
Well,
that's the problem.
Pretty strong reaction, though, I would think, on the part of anybody who listens to it, you know, to think that you did do it.
Right.
Well, we're going to have to do something about that guy. And
but I didn't say that to him.
Huh?
I didn't say that to him. There were 3 people there.
What's his motive for saying that you did?
And he said, well, talk to Mom about it.
Okay.
Calls are monitored, Dan.
Yeah.
Calls are monitored?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Now stopping that at 0529. And now we'll be moving to a call from 91107 at 1540. And this will commence at the time of 11 minutes and 15 seconds.
Well, I got an offer of help today in a different way, which was interesting.
What?
You got an offer of help today in a different way, which was interesting.
Yeah, how's that?
Well, tell you guys about that later.
Okay.
And, let's see. Other than that, talked to Kel last night after, probably.
All right, and stopping that at 11:36. Now I call 91107 at 2040 between Mark Jensen and Kelly. And this call will commence at 8 minutes and 25 seconds into the call.
Oh. Well, the guy today was offering to go grab somebody and sit on him.
Okay.
Oh. Just the way the kids used to be able to do it,
Yeah.
Went there to go find Doug, grab him, pick him up, carry him somewhere, sit on him.
Yep.
So. Oh, God. But that would be we got time to figure it out and have some fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big question is where do we want to go and what do we want it to be? And where to from here? Draw a line, put all this behind us and move on. But I want our life back,
Yep.
All of it, every part of it,
So stopping that part at 9 minutes and 13 seconds, and then moving to, in the same call, so this is starting up again at 11 minutes and 50 seconds into the call.
Let's see, money-wise, how is everything?
Fine, I guess. I just have to remember to pay the bills.
Bills?
Oh, shit. Forgot to pay one of my credit cards.
Oh, really?
Got stocked with a late fee and the interest charge. I was like, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Because it just happened, just at the right time where it was just the last thing on my mind. And I don't get paper statements anymore from anything.
Gotcha.
So I have to remember to go out there. And I went out there the day the next statement was cutting off.
Right.
Made the payment. Well, that didn't cut it. So.
Gotcha.
But, it's taken care of. But, no,
Okay.
other than that, we're fine.
Sounds
That's why I have so many things set up on auto pay. Because I just don't need the hassle.
Okay. Let's see. There was something. Okay. Well, that's good. There was something I think I want to have my folks take care of.
Mm-hmm.
And might have you give them some money, just a little bit, and I'll explain that to you.
Okay.
Okay. Not right now.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see if I'll figure it out. Okay. Other than that, I don't know anything more about that at this point. So.
Have to do with something in there?
What's that?
Does it have to do with something in there?
Oh, no. No. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Okay. And that's all.
How much?
Oh. It'd be like 500.
Okay.
Maybe twice, and that would be it. And I'm not sure if I want to do that or not, but,
Okay.
and I know I'm being not giving you any answer at all.
No, well, but I understand. You know.
Okay. I'm just, it'd probably be better to have this part of the conversation now and the other part of it later or something like that.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. But
All right.
definitely want to, I don't know. We'll see.
You have 1 minute left.
You're going to get cut off again.
All right.
Okay, well, don't worry about that. It's just the, because I want to give you a heads up or something like that with that. Okay. Love you. Everything else good?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Everything's fine. Let's see, what else is going on here?
All right, stopping that at 15:42, or sorry, 14:57. That was the time on that. And so now moving to a recording from 9/11/07 at 21:05. Once again, this is Mark Jensen, call to Kelly. And this will start at 37 seconds in.
Hey.
Hey there.
It's almost 9. What are you doing?
Oh, I know. I just wanted to get back to you on that. I got $20 left. So, I spent a lot on pads and pens and stuff like that last week.
Okay.
Okay. And I got a bunch of stuff for stock.
I can't afford $100 a week, pal. So you need to budget a little better.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay. I'm working on it.
All right.
It's just, to get a bar of soap and a couple soap, shampoo, stuff like that. Generally, usually it's about $50. I spent more than that, though, this last time. It was like 80 of that 100. And then they grabbed some stuff for that medical stuff, too. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
All right.
Sorry. I understand. But, yeah, stuff's not real cheap.
No, it's fine. It's just, was put, what?
I know. I realize that. It gets over the...
$800 in phone calls.
Right. The cost of being here is amazing, and it sucks.
It's $100 every 2 weeks, and now we're going to $100 every week.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, I understand.
And now you want another $1,000 for something I don't know anything about, but your parents do, and we're all talking on the same phone, so I'm not really sure about that one, but
right.
okay.
Right.
And they're certainly never going to tell me the truth, so.
Right. Well, I don't even know about that one, sweetie. I just don't want you to, I just don't want to get you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's okay. I'm not even sure that, want to do that or anything, or I'm going to do it or something like that. Yeah.
All right.
I just,
You're just trying to keep people in line, or what?
What's that?
You're just trying to keep people in line?
Here?
Yeah?
No.
Okay.
No, not for that. So, okay.
Okay.
That's not it, so. Yeah, other than that.
You trying to keep your girlfriend happy?
Yeah. No. No.
Because I'll give her a truck.
Yeah, thanks. No, nothing like that.
It's almost 30 grand. I was wrong about it being as upside down as I thought it was.
Really?
Yeah, because I put on there that it was a Hemi and not a diesel. And a Hemi's only worth 19. The diesel, we're within a couple grand of what it's worth.
Okay.
But,
Yeah,
I mean,
diesel.
we're still losing money on it, so.
Yeah, the diesel's worth a lot more.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So I meant to tell you that a long time ago, but obviously your truck is not at the top of my priority list.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I hate having you, telling you to do something like that, or, no explanation. I just, not sure to do it without talking about it, that's all.
I know.
So.
But if your parents know about it, you talked about it to somebody.
But I haven't, so.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right.
Not yet.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Right?
Love you. And, ultimately they're probably not going to, so
All right.
I just wanted to check with you to see if, that's it. I probably won't never talk to you about it again, and if I wanted to do something, I'll just have them ask you for it,
All right.
Okay. Love you.
All right, so stopping that at 3 minutes and 57 seconds. And the next recording is 9/12/07 at 18:01. Call with Mark Jensen and his parents. So this starts at 2 minutes and 9 seconds into the call.
Okay. Hey, question for you. Do you still have Kim's number?
Kim.
Yeah, remember that Dave who you helped that night? His wife's name was Kim? You talked to her on the phone?
Say that again?
Who, Kim?
Kim, yeah. Oh, you got me back on the speakerphone?
Yeah, you're back on the speaker.
Who's Kim?
You there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not connecting. What? Who did we talk to?
I hardly hear.
Okay. You there?
Oh.
So that section ended at 2 minutes and 53 seconds, and the next part will commence at 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
Hey, do me a favor, sir. You have the phone with Mom.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey there. Yeah, let me give you this phone number here.
Oh, okay, let me get a pen.
Okay. Just hang on to it.
Got more stuff around and no pen.
Gotcha.
Okay.
262?
Okay.
247? 2437.
2437.
Yeah.
262-247-2437.
Right.
Okay, what is that number?
Oh, that was the lady you talked to the other night.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, when you get a chance, just give her a call and touch bases.
Okay.
And she'll, that's all.
All right.
Other than that, what's it like out there?
So stopping that section at 5 minutes and 42 seconds, and then resuming in the same call at 11 minutes and 31 seconds in.
Sounds good.
And I'm willing to do anything at all.
Okay.
Period.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Sounds good. Well, Kim, let's see, Dave offered to help. You got Kim's number. Give her a shot when you get a chance. Touch bases with her. Maybe she can explain to you. And if you got any questions, I'll give you a call back later. And
Okay.
if you got any questions on it, okay?
Okay.
And other than that, it's supposed to get hot again tomorrow? It's supposed to get hot and then cold again.
Yeah, exactly.
So, well, it'd be nice to have some fresh air. And then we get any fresh air. It was like 80 degrees in here all day long. Everyone was just sweating.
Oh, I know. I can imagine. That's awful.
They do everything they can to make you. And yeah, hook up with Phil on the tax file tomorrow. That'll help. And that's all I can think of right now.
Okay. I'll take care of everything as I'm supposed to.
Okay.
And
All right, and And stopping that at 12 minutes and 23 seconds. And the next call is September 12th, 2007 at 18:53. Also Mark Jensen to his parents. And this commences at 45 seconds into the call.
Yeah. Oh, good God. So blood's coming down. Oh.
Well, I called Kim.
Okay.
She said she was going to call her, talk to her husband tonight.
Okay. Sounds good. And, oh, was she able to explain any of that to you?
Nope, she didn't say a word.
Okay. Sounds good. And, well, that's probably the best bet is talk to, I don't know. Otherwise I can, no, that's fine. Yeah, have her talk to Dave, and then, that works.
Okay.
Okay, as long as you guys are in touch. And,
I'll keep her number.
that sounds good. And, yeah, let's go. So, that worked just fine.
Okay. Other than that, I don't know a thing except from the last time we talked, except that I do want you to know that I will do whatever research, whatever I need to do.
Okay.
Period.
Sounds good. Yeah, I don't know if there...
So stopping that at 1:52, and then in the same call, we'll be resuming again at 6 minutes and 18 seconds.
Doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, even books of your own. Hell, you guys might get $1 million book deal out of this thing, you know.
Yeah, probably could.
Exactly. So, I mean, talking about being...
Yeah, I'll go for it. I will go for it.
That's what I mean. We got to do whatever we possibly can to make sure we're on the winning side of this whole thing and put our nose at them. So, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
No, and Kim, she's just, sweetheart. So, yeah, she'll talk to Dave and figure it out. But, go from there. But talk to her. Other than that, I can talk to you guys Sunday when I see you about that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And, what's the day? I'll talk to you beforehand. If you got any questions, just, I got to remember to be quite careful on the phone about what gets said.
Okay.
That's all.
I try to be, but sometimes I just want to be.
I know.
I say what I want to say.
Yeah, I try to pass it on, so, I think, at some point you just got to hook up with Kim.
Yeah.
And that'll be fine. And,
Okay.
Other than that,
She will call tonight.
oh, she's going to call tonight?
Yeah, after she talks to her husband.
Okay. I'm not even sure if he's, okay, no, it's fine. Never talk to him, and we'll see.
Okay.
It's just a question of, getting everyone on the same page and explanations of, I'm not sure,
Okay.
Need to be probably the best way is, when I see you guys or something.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, there's time to figure that one out. But, yeah, just wanted you guys to be able to talk, that's all.
Okay.
Okay.
I did.
Sounds good, and, yeah, we'll go from there, so.
All right.
We'll talk to you tomorrow, but that, that could be fun.
Yeah.
Fun and interesting. This is something that Baca would like.
Oh, okay. Then he will talk to her.
Oh, it doesn't have to. I mean, it could be, you guys talked and,
This
everything's
is
fine. So.
a Baco kind of thought process?
No, it could be. Could be kind of fun, so, I don't know. What you gonna do? Sometimes it's like, two little kids when they're, well, it's like David used to do to Doug. When Doug was misbehaving, David would just go grab him, pick him up, and go sit on him for a bit.
That's That didn't sit well with Doug.
What's that?
Doug, that did not sit well with Doug.
No.
Doug does what Doug wants to do.
Yeah, he doesn't like getting fed.
Doug
Right.
knows what he needs to do, and he is going there, and he is not going to be deterred.
Right. Exactly.
He's just the coolest boy.
Yeah. Well, he's a good little guy. So, but yeah, just Baco, with the thought processes and everything. So.
Oh, well,
Yep. What you gonna do?
deal with it, because sometimes that thought process is really cool.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta get. Yeah. Sometimes a 12-year-old has the best answers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What you gonna do? Yeah, Doug, and he's riding his bike all over the place. Church, you name it, everywhere. Newfound freedom until the clocks start changing time. So. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. What can.
In the oven?
As long as you guys are talking at school, I'm not sure what she'll be able to explain to you or something like that. But if not,
Okay.
I can fill in those blanks for you. Later.
All right.
See you. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Waiting to get the disc.
All right, so pausing that at 10:09. Then this next call will be September 13th, 2007 at 10:21. Another call with Mark Jensen and his parents. So this starts at 11 minutes and 42 seconds.
Here, talk to your mother.
What do you mean talk to your mother? I mean, you asked me to call Kim last night, which I did.
Okay.
And she didn't call back.
Okay.
But there's somebody else named Wayne Palmer?
Oh, no, Kel talked to Wayne Palmer.
Okay.
Which is for the bond. He's got like 30 apartment buildings in town.
Okay.
He owns outright. And he has for a long time and whatnot. So he's with Schaefer Electric.
Okay.
The construction business. So he called to find out how I was doing weeks ago, and Kel talked to him, and we were, he said he wanted to come and see me, or, but he's a big supporter. And so Kel called him and said, hey, what can we do? Could you help? And he said, well, sure, I'll do everything I can to help, just let me talk to Mark. And so I'm going to call him tonight.
Okay.
So, like getting things going with the bond thing, so.
Right.
Okay. Okay, no, if you haven't gotten the call back on Kim, that's fine. And other than that, well, that'll be fine. Yeah, just hang on to her number.
What?
Just hang on to that number.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll put it over by here by the
Okay.
by this phone, so I've got it.
Sounds good. I just have to have you hook up with Kel and before, this is the Port Washington projects and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Part of that. So, at some point, just got to have you hook up with her and take care of that headache for me. So.
Okay. All right.
And other than that, that's all I know with that one.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so pausing that at 13:28, and now moving on to the last call. This is from 9/14/07 at 18:24, a call between Mark Jensen and his parents. Okay, this begins at 14 minutes and 21 seconds.
Oh, Mom, can you still got that Kim's number?
Yeah.
Okay, give her a call and have her put money in the phone.
Give her a call and have you, and
Put money in the phone.
you have 1 minute left.
She'll know.
Give me the instruction again.
Just give her a call and say I have her put money on the phone.
Oh, have her put money on the phone.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll know what that is.
Okay.
And other than that, yeah, I don't know. You know, talk to Kel. She's got that stuff for you. I'll talk to her, but you know, we gotta see if we can get this part done. Okay.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
Okay, love you.
See you on Sunday.
Okay, that's right. Yep, see you Sunday.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, stopping that at 1512. And so that's it for this exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 75, and the state will move that into evidence.
75 is received.
Judge, I'm going to be now entering Exhibit 72 and playing 2 calls from it. The same. First one is dated September 8th at 11:56 in the morning, and it's between Mark Jensen and his dad.
2007?
September 8th, 2007. Could you turn my computer on? Thank you. And this is starting at, I think I already said, 11:56.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's not gonna, you know, whatever individual realtors have going on, you know, that, you know, for RE/MAX, 75% more.
Well, the actual sales are off maybe 20%.
Okay.
But I think you had a lot of people who wanted to close prior to school starting, and they.
Yeah, that could be. That's true. That's
and
true.
so the week after the week of when school started, there was a slowdown in closing.
Yeah.
But it should be the next week in the paper will be better, I would think.
Okay. Hey, question here. Let me give you a phone number.
Okay.
It's 247.
Yeah.
2437.
They want to buy a lot?
No, this guy, if you could just make a phone call when you get a chance. It's a local. But there's a guy in here who got picked up back on the 23rd when he was on vacation about a month ago. And he just got back to the jail here and can't even get a hold of his family, but apparently, you know, his family has never had a chance to talk to him in weeks. So.
Why not?
They won't let him make a phone call. He's a Fed guy for some reason. But, yeah, he's stuck in here, and he got a hold of his sister a week ago, I guess. But, you know, if you get a chance.
Well, what am I supposed to do with his number?
Oh, just, nothing, actually. Okay?
I'm supposed to call it?
Yeah. No, you don't need to. I just wanted to get rid of that headache.
247-2437?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you want to do somebody you know, a good turn, I guess just give them a call and say put some money on the phone so that you can actually call. So.
Put some money on the phone?
Yeah. I guess they have to have money on his phone so that he can call and get a hold of his wife and kids. They were on vacation. They were literally, you know, they use this place to bounce Fed guys through, federal prisoners.
Yeah.
So they grabbed this guy on vacation.
Yeah.
He was coming out of a casino up by, I guess by Watersmead, up there. They were up there on vacation, but you know, same neck of the road as Lori and Todd were in. But yeah, they grabbed him, and he's been bouncing in every county jail all the way down the lakeshore.
How come?
I guess he's heading towards Chicago. So, but this is
why they got a casino there too?
No, this is the game the Feds play. You know, you got state prisoners, and then
how much trouble am I going to get in by calling this number?
None. Actually, you know, I probably wouldn't even bother, really. just that he sees me on the phone, saying he has me a number. And says,
Okay, if his family knows where he is, they're going to know from calling the police department what to do.
right, exactly.
I don't see me getting involved in this thing and doing anything that they can't do for themselves.
You're right. You're right. No, see, but what happens is you get hit up here all the time.
Oh, I'll bet.
Yeah, so that's all. I'll just...
Say you pass it on, but don't say who to whom.
That's exactly what I did.
Okay.
So, okay. And other than that...
I mean, you don't know what badasses you're running into in there.
Oh, no kidding. And then you don't want to, you know, you're not showing up...
Yeah, you think you're doing something right, and the next thing is you're accomplice to the son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. And your number shows up in the caller ID and everything else.
Yeah, and now you got a lot of explaining to do.
Right. Oh, no shit.
No, I think you got enough trouble without looking for more.
Right. Well, that's all I'm trying to do is not buy it, so... You know where I'm coming from.
His wife wants to call him. She knows where he is.
Right. Exactly. Oh, you know, Kel, one of the guys in here saw me dialing the whole number and started calling her.
Why?
She was getting phone calls and stuff from the jail.
Why?
Beats me. Because people will want... They don't have anybody to call. There's a lot of people who just roll through here. So they call her and ask her to do something or some bullshit. She was actually getting mail from these guys. It's like, so you learn real quickly. You got to hide your phone numbers and your addresses and stuff like that. 'Cause people
isn't that something?
take advantage of it. Yeah, it's bizarre. So you live and learn, right? So it's fine. And what else? Don't know nothing else. Next Friday's a hearing date.
Next Friday?
Yeah. Oh.
That stopped at 12:27. This next call is same day, September 8th, 2007, at 2:03 p.m., Mark Jensen to his parents.
Hello.
This is a collect call from an inmate from the Kenosha County pretrial facility. To accept charges, press 0. To obtain customer service information, this call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
Hey.
Hey there.
What's up?
Oh, I got myself a headache here.
How come?
Oh, just that call.
What?
That phone call?
What phone call?
That number I gave you before?
Yeah?
He wants to do a three-way. So I'm going to have a fight on my hands here, or we let this guy make a three-way phone call.
How do you do that?
I think you put that flash button.
A flash
Hit
button?
flash, and you should have an area code, or you should hear a dial tone. And then let me give you the number again.
Okay, hold on.
This is BS, but...
I haven't done a three-way call.
Yeah. You hit flash, and then you should get a dial tone, and then you dial this other number, and then you hit flash again, and it should connect the two.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay?
One? I don't see a flash button.
You know, the same one you'd hit to probably answer. Or is there an asterisk on it?
You know how to do a three-way call? You mean the talk button?
Yeah, I think it's a talk button, or there should say one. Well, it should be one on there that says flash, or try.
Here, you talk to your mother.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey there.
Hey.
Hey, do you have like a? Hang on 1 second here.
Okay.
Okay. Talk. Gonna try to make a three-way call. Hit talk.
Okay.
Let me write down this number. I gave it to Baco earlier.
Okay.
But 262.
Okay, 262.
247.
247.
2437.
2437.
Yep.
Okay.
So hit flash. Dial. You'll get a dial tone.
Uh-huh.
Then dial that number.
Okay.
And then hit talk again.
Okay.
And it should connect the two.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Hang on.
And after you do that, then I'll talk to you guys.
Okay.
I'll get you on the phone and see if
Okay.
this works.
Okay. Okay. Flash.
Okay, still got me.
Nothing.
Still got me.
Yeah, okay. I just couldn't get the other one.
Okay. Huh, it's not. Did you get a dial tone when you hit flash?
No. Let me try it one more time.
Okay.
Okay. I'll try this one more time. Hang on.
Okay.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay. No, it won't work.
You're not. Okay. That's when you hit the talk button, right?
Right.
Is there another flash button around there or something that says flash somewhere on that cordless?
It says flash, but I hit flash and I don't get a dial tone.
Okay, when you hit flash, you don't get a dial tone.
Right.
Okay. Is there a talk button on there? Does it say talk?
Yeah, I've got a talk button.
Okay, try the talk button.
Okay. No. I hit talk and I don't get a dial tone either.
Okay, you just don't get any kind of a dial tone.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, you got a cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Try dialing that number on the other cell phone. Is it the cordless phone you're using? Yeah.
Yeah. I can try it on a cell phone. What am I trying to get?
Oh, just call this, because the guy here's trying to get a hold of his wife. And so just try to...
Oh, okay. Is it a local number?
Okay. What's that?
Is it a local number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 262.
Do I have to do a dial 262?
Yeah, 262. 247-2437. And then put like the cell phone on speaker and just flip them around.
Put what?
Take the two phones and flip them around so the headset's by the voice piece.
Okay.
I guess.
Mhm.
Okay. See if you can get them on the phone. This is unbelievable.
Mhm. What am I supposed to do if she answers?
Just know where Dave wants to talk to her.
Okay.
So you can just hold the phones together and I'll put him on.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm. Hello? Just 1 minute, please. Dave wants to talk with you. Okay. Okay, I'm putting her on.
All right. Hello? Hello? Did you flip the phones around? Hello? 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 Yeah, that's my mom. Oh, it's one of them, yeah. 76. She's having a hard time here. Yeah, she does. Hello? 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 Hello?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Do you have her on the other phone?
Hello? Hello? Okay. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. She's there, but he is not.
Okay. No, he's here.
Okay.
He's here. He wants to talk to her.
Can't he call her?
She's got to put money on the phone so he can.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Here, tell you what, huh?
a mother of someone who called from there. He wants to talk with you, but you evidently have to put money in for him to talk to you. Okay, sir. Bye-bye. Okay.
Okay. What's that?
Okay.
She's got
So
that?
then you know you need to put the money in, correct?
Hey, Mom?
Oh, okay.
Hey, Mom?
Sure. Bye-bye.
Mom, hang on. Don't worry.
Okay, she's going to put the money in.
Okay, she's still there?
No.
Okay.
I think she wasn't quite sure that what she had to do, or maybe she just had run out and didn't know that.
Okay. Oh, she ran out and then...
That's what it sounds like. But she said she was going to put the money in, so. That's all I can do. Right?
Yeah. Call her back real quick. He wants to ask her one question real quick. And I'm just going to let you relay it, okay?
Okay.
So try that one more time. We'll be done with this.
Okay. One second.
Okay.
Two 247 2437.
Okay. There you go. Tell you what, I'm just going to hand the phone over to this guy. His name is Dave.
Okay.
You got his wife on the phone, so...
Okay, it's dialing right now.
Okay. But then you can just relay. If you can't get the phones working right, just, if you've got a quick question, you can try it that way. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. There you go.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Dave?
Hey, how you doing, Ms. Jensen? Sorry to
I'm doing that just
trouble
fine.
like this. I'm just trying to get a little bit of information out of my wife here. That's all.
Okay. No, I talked with her. She might be on the phone trying to put more money in.
Is she on the line now?
Okay. I got voicemail on it right now. They might be on the phone or something.
Could you try her cell phone for me, please?
Pardon?
Could you dial her cell phone for me, please?
I sure can. Hang on 1 second. Okay.
It's 414.
Okay.
531 5048.
5048. 48.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to just relay the question to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is she on there?
No, she's not. It's dialing.
Okay.
Do you want to... Okay. No, I got voicemail on her cell phone.
On her cell phone?
Do you want me to relay a message to her?
Just ask her. Did she take care of what she was supposed to do this week? And
Okay, let me write that down. I mean, I had talked with her and told her to put money in the account, so, okay, did she do what she was supposed to do this week?
did she go to the police station, do what she was supposed to do this week?
I'm sorry, did she do what?
She was supposed to do at the police station this week.
Okay,
And how long will it be before the phone is right? That's question number 2. And see if you can find out what time our court date is set for Monday. And I really would appreciate it. I truly thank you.
okay.
And Mark will get back with you later for the answers from me.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Ms. Jensen.
okay,
Here's Mark.
all right, bye-bye.
What number were you going to move in now?
That was, again, track 3 from 203, ending at minute mark 12:49. That was the entire phone call. This, Judge, is Exhibit 72.
All right, it is received.
I will have to, and I can do this tomorrow, submit a paper transcript of that I'll be moving in as well.
All right. Okay, are we back then to the state's witness?
Yes, we are.
All right, who are you going to call?
The state is calling David Ellis, number 16.
All right, if you could remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
It's David, D-A-V-I-D, Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Mr. Ellis, in about April of 1996, did you have contact with Mark Jensen and Julie Jensen?
Yes.
And why did you meet with Mark Jensen and Julie Jensen at that time?
I was contacted by, I believe, Mrs. Jensen in reference to a situation where, excuse me, there was an issue where someone had been placing pornographic photos around their home, around their neighborhood, and on Mr. Jensen's car at work. And we had a discussion about setting up a surveillance to try to determine who was doing so.
So what was your employment?
At that time, I owned a private investigative agency.
And before opening or before you worked full-time with that private investigation agency, did you work as a police officer?
Yes.
And where did you work?
I started in 1977 in Silver Lake, Wisconsin. In 1978, I went to Kenosha City Police Department, and I left there in 1986.
And then when you left, did you pursue this private investigation business?
Yes, I actually started it in 1984. In 1986, I decided to leave the police department and run the agency full-time.
And so did you have some contacts with officers who worked for the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Yes.
And would those officers sometimes refer people to you?
Yes.
In what context would they refer people to you?
Occasionally, they'd have a case where they felt that it was better suited to have a private investigator work it rather than the police department. Maybe it wasn't a criminal matter. It could have been a civil issue. But that happened a couple of times over the years.
And so that's how in April of 1996 you came in contact with the Jensens?
Yes, I believe that the police department may have referred them to me. I had a close relationship with Paul Ratsberg, Mark Hunter, and Ron Cosman, all of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
And so when you met with the Jensens, where did this meeting happen?
At the Jensen home.
And during this meeting, did they inform you of the problem that they wanted you to investigate?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just give us a summary of that?
There was, again, as I mentioned, someone was placing these pornographic pictures around the home and around Mr. Jensen's vehicle, and we had a discussion at their home as to what was happening, when it was occurring. We talked about potentially who might have been doing it. And a result of that discussion, we decided to set up a surveillance on a Friday afternoon.
Now, did they tell you that they believed that this was arising out of an affair that Julie Jensen had had?
Yes.
And so what did you suggest or what did you decide to do to further investigate this?
I conducted a surveillance on a Friday afternoon of Mr. Jensen's vehicle. Nothing occurred during that time. I believe it was roughly from 1 in the afternoon till maybe 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Monday, I contacted the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. I had been given information that they had some photographs in evidence, and I had met with them and requested to look at the photographs to see what the nature of them was, so I knew more so what I was dealing with.
And so did you actually go to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Yes.
And did you view some of the photos from this complaint by the Jensens that was in evidence there?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what those photos from the Pleasant Prairie evidence look like?
There were about a dozen or so, photographs, or they weren't actually photographs on photo paper. They appeared to be Xerox copies, either copies of photographs or something that was, my initial thought was that they were printed off the internet and onto photo paper and then possibly second generation copies. They were just photocopies. They were black and white. They were what I would consider kind of poor quality photos. They were, I don't know if I mentioned, they were all pornographic in nature. I can only specifically remember 2 of them. The others, they were pornographic, but I don't remember the exact content.
So what kind of paper were they on?
Copy paper.
So just normal printer paper?
Normal copy paper, yeah.
And you said they were all pornographic, but there was 2 that you recall what the subject matter was. Can you tell us what that was?
Yes, there was 2 photos of a woman performing oral sex on a man. One was a view from the top, as though there may have been, like it was taken from the ceiling down, and the other one was from the side. It would have been the side view of a couple on a bed.
And now you have described to us that there was one Friday afternoon that you did sort of a stakeout of Mr. Jensen's car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was his car parked when you were watching it?
It was at an office building on Highway 31. I don't know the address. It was 5600 block of Green Bay Road, and I positioned myself in a little bit to the south, and on the west side of the street there's a trucking company, and I positioned my vehicle in that parking lot so that I could observe Mr. Jensen's vehicle.
And was this because he had complaints about these images being left on his vehicle at his workplace?
Yes.
And then obviously in the time you were watching, nothing happened?
Nothing, no.
And Mark Jensen was aware that you were surveilling his vehicle at that time, correct?
Yes.
And Julie Jensen was also aware?
Yes.
So then when you actually went to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department and you looked at these photos, what did you decide to do next?
I called Julie Jensen and spoke to her. After I viewed the pictures, I was convinced, or I felt that the photos were not of Julie. So I wanted to discuss that with her, as well as the findings from the surveillance, which was negative.
Now, had Julie Jensen expressed concern or fear that some of these photos were of her?
Yes.
And so you were going to tell her in this call that you saw them and you believe they were not her?
Correct.
And did you have that discussion with her in this call?
Yes.
And what was her response during that discussion?
She thought that the pictures could be her and was kind of leaning towards the fact that they were of her.
Now, in these two discussions that you had with Julie Jensen, how would you describe her in terms of her demeanor or how she presented herself?
She was very nice. She was kind of meek, and my reaction, or one of my thoughts, was that when we had the discussion about the photographs and whether it was her or not, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but she seemed a little naive in the sense that I don't know, it's hard to describe. She just, as many points that I pointed out to her that it was my belief that it was not her in the pictures, she wasn't really open to hearing that. It was, she sort of had the idea that it was her, and what I had to say about it really had no bearing on what she thought.
Now, was it your intention to continue this investigation?
Yes.
And so what happened, though, during your phone conversation that you've described?
Julie told me that they wanted to cancel the surveillance.
And so it was just one time and then it was canceled?
Yes.
And did she say to you at all why it was being canceled?
No, she didn't tell me why. She just said that they, I believe she said they had decided to stop the surveillance.
Now, did you discuss with her any ideas about you continuing the surveillance?
Yes.
And what did you discuss with her?
Well, I had a suspicion that the person that was behind this was Mr. Jensen, and I suggested to her that we tell Mark that we were canceling the surveillance, but we would continue the surveillance, because I thought if it was in fact happening, that there was a good possibility that I would determine that it was her husband that was behind it.
And were you open with Mrs. Jensen about your reasoning here?
Yes.
And so how did she respond to that?
She was a little kind of wishy-washy about it. She said, well, you know, because I had specifically asked her if she entertained the thought that her husband was behind it, and she reluctantly said, well, yes, I've thought that, but I really don't want to go down that road and think that he would do that.
So you made that offer, but she declined it.
Yes.
I've shown you what's been marked as States Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice to the Jensens for the 6 hours of work that I performed for them.
And when did you generate this invoice?
That's dated May 1st, 1996.
And was this bill paid by the Jensens?
Yes.
And was that the end of your interaction with them about this issue?
Yes.
Now, at some point after December of 1998, were you contacted by Detective Sergeant Ratzberg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Yes.
And is that when you learned of Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
And did he ask you for what you had in terms of your file for when you did this investigation?
Yes.
And really all you had was the invoice?
Yes, I really had nothing other than the initial information that I had written down when I met with the Jensens and a copy of my invoice.
I have no further questions.
Who's doing the cross?
Attorney Krause.
Go ahead.
Mr. Ellis, you met with the Jensens in their home,
Yes.
and they had asked you to conduct some surveillance at Mr. Jensen's work,
Yes.
because that's where Mr. Jensen had found photos on his vehicle.
That's what I was told, yes.
And you explained to them there was no guarantee that you would catch the person who was leaving the photos.
I don't recall telling him there was no guarantee. I mean,
The person would have had to leave the photos while you were watching.
yes,
And if you weren't there watching, then you wouldn't have been able to see it.
correct.
And you were the one conducting the surveillance.
Yes.
You didn't have anyone with you.
No.
You were alone.
Yes.
So if you had gone away from the parking lot for whatever reason and somebody had left something, you wouldn't have been able to see it
That didn't occur.
because you conducted surveillance for 4 hours.
Right. The entire time. I never left once I got there until 5 o'clock, I believe, when we had predetermined that we would stop.
And I understand that. If you had conducted further surveillance, you would have had to have been there at the time someone left the photos in order to catch them.
Yes,
If you weren't there, you wouldn't have seen it.
of course.
You also spent some time reviewing the photos at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Yes.
And you said there were about a dozen photos,
Yes,
and you remember 2 photos.
correct.
And it's based upon your memory of those 2 photos that you had told Miss Jensen that you didn't believe it was her.
Correct.
And I think what you said is that she believed it was her, and there was nothing you could say that would convince her otherwise.
Yes,
What you said had no bearing on what she thought.
correct.
And it was after that conversation with her that you were told that they had decided to cancel the additional surveillance.
Correct.
The time that you spent total in this case was, I think, 6 hours?
Yes,
And that was 2 hours reviewing the photos and meeting with the Jensens,
correct.
and 4 hours with surveillance on the vehicle that Friday afternoon.
Yes,
And the total bill was $1,200.
no, the bill was $180.
I'm sorry, that's correct. Your total, it was, thank you. 4 hours of surveillance was $120, and then 2 additional hours was, the total was $180.
Right, I billed at a rate of $30 an hour.
Thank you. So if they had asked you to conduct surveillance for 1 week, 8 hours a day, it would have been $1,200.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. I used a calculator, so I think that's right. And that was in 1996.
Yes.
And the Jensens understood how much it was going to cost for you to do this surveillance work.
I would assume.
They knew your hourly rate.
Yes.
And they were fine with that when they brought you on to do this work.
Yes.
And after that afternoon and phone call with Julie, they decided not to go any further.
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the photos that you reviewed at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. Was there an officer or a detective with you when you looked at the photos?
There were two officers. I don't remember who they were.
And did you talk to them about whether they had gotten any prints from the photographs?
No.
Did you ask them if they attempted to get any prints from the photographs?
No.
Is that something that law enforcement will do if they recover evidence and they think they can get prints?
Possibly.
You also talked to Julie Jensen about why law enforcement wasn't looking into the phone calls.
I don't recall that.
Do you remember talking to her about getting the phone company's cooperation to get phone records from Perry Tarika?
I don't recall having any discussion about phone calls.
Did you talk to Julie Jensen about whether the police had taken fingerprints or whether they should have?
No.
You said that what you did talk to her about, though, was that she suspected the photos were of her.
Yes.
And she had looked at the photos.
I would assume she had seen them.
And you disagreed with her, and you told her that when you talked to her on the phone.
Yes.
She told you that she believed it was her based upon the subject matter in the photos.
She believed that the female in the photo could have been her.
You asked her in general if it could be her based on the subject matter in the photos, and she told you yes.
Correct.
And she told you she hadn't taken photos like that with her husband.
I don't recall that.
Now, the Jensens retained you together when you came to their home.
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen and Miss Jensen agreed to pay your fee.
Yes.
And when you submitted the bill, they did pay your fee.
Yes.
It was only after the conversation that you had with Miss Jensen and not Mr. Jensen that she canceled the surveillance.
Yes.
You didn't talk to Mr. Jensen after that?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
So just to clarify, you said that you assumed that Julie Jensen had seen the photos?
Yes.
But you don't know that for sure?
No, I don't.
And you don't know if she's the person who actually recovered the photos or if Mark Jensen recovered them?
No, I have no idea. I just became aware that some of the photos were in the hands of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. How they got there, who found them, I have no idea.
And so what you do know is that she was afraid she was in the photos.
Excuse me?
She was afraid that she was in the photos.
She was very concerned, yes.
I have no further questions.
Any cross on those questions?
Briefly. When you met with them about the photos, where they were recovered and who they were recovered by, you understood that it was kind of sporadic. They weren't all left at the same place at the same time.
No, I had no idea when they were left. I didn't know if it happened once, 100 times. I don't know. I have no idea.
You didn't get that information from them?
No, I didn't.
And when you talked to Ms. Jensen about who was in the photos, you asked her if it could be her based on the photos and the subject matter, and she told you it could be.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
So I would move State's Exhibit 76. And then, Judge, we have one more, we think, quick witness.
One more quick witness, 76 is received.
Gretchen Rosenke, and I think on your list she's number 63, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have you remained standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name.
My name is Gretchen Rosenke. Gretchen is Gretchen. Rosenke is Rosenke.
Go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rosenke. In 2007 and 2008, by whom were you employed?
The Public Defender's Office.
And in what capacity?
As an assistant attorney.
You were an attorney or an assistant state public defender?
An assistant state public defender, yes.
So you weren't an assistant to an attorney, you were an attorney?
Right, correct. As an attorney, yes.
And as of 2007 and 2008, how long had you been with the Public Defender's Office?
I want to say about a year and a half or maybe 2 years at most.
Now, during that course of time, did you come to represent a person named Aaron Dillard?
I did.
And do you recall receiving a letter from Aaron Dillard at some point?
Yes, I do.
And what did he ask you to do in that letter?
Well, a couple of things. He wanted me to come and talk to him because he had gotten some information regarding the Mark Jensen case, but he also had wanted me to reach out to the assistant district attorney that I was working with to let them know that he might have some information.
And did you end up reaching out to the state in this matter?
I did.
Do you remember who you talked to?
Unfortunately, I don't know.
Do you recall talking to me at some point?
Yes, that I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you talked to another assistant DA first, and then you ended up talking to me?
Yes, it might have been, at the time, Attorney Gabrielle.
And when you called to talk to me, what did you tell me?
I believe I told you something to the effect that my client had indicated that he had had conversations with Mark Jensen, and based on those, he had some information regarding Jensen's case.
And what was your impression of my reaction to the fact that Mr. Dillard had wanted to talk to me?
As I recall, you were a little bit skeptical about that.
What happened next?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. It's been a while, but I'm sure I met with Aaron just to get a very clear understanding of what it is, what kind of information it was that he had.
Do you recall me asking you for an example of what Aaron Dillard had said to you?
Yes.
And did you read a portion of the letter he had sent to you?
I did.
And what was my response immediately after hearing that portion of the letter?
I believe you wanted to set up an interview with Mr. Dillard.
At some point thereafter, did we have an interview?
We did.
And who was present for the interview, if you can recall?
Okay, well, it would have been you, of course, me, Mr. Dillard, and I believe one other assistant DA from Kenosha County. I'm not sure who.
So was there one interview or more than one interview?
There were 2 interviews, I believe.
Okay, where did the first interview take place?
I think it took place at the Kenosha County Jail, but, out of the main population, like in a separate room.
And where did the second interview take place?
I don't remember.
Now, you were present for both of these interviews.
Yes, I was.
And what was the purpose of these interviews?
Well, Aaron had received some information because he had been talking to Mark Jensen. They had kind of struck up, we'll say, a relationship of sorts in the jail. They were just, hanging out. And according to Aaron, Mark had...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
For the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor, I'm asking about the circumstances surrounding this interview.
Well, then ask that question.
So, well, tell me this. Did either Ms. Gabrielle or myself ever supply any information to Aaron Dillard?
No.
We were asking Aaron Dillard what happened.
Correct, yes.
Now, before these interviews occurred, did you talk to Aaron Dillard about this?
Yes, I did.
And did you give him any advice as to what he should say or do?
Not to what he should, just in terms just be truthful. I mean, whatever information, it should be truthful, but otherwise, no.
I'll show you this document that's been marked as State's Exhibit S69.
Okay.
And ask you to take a look at that. I'll ask you questions about it in a moment.
Right.
Have you read through the letter, ma'am?
I got a little bit more to go. It's kind of a long one.
You don't need to read the whole letter. What I want you to know is, from what you've seen of the letter, can you identify that letter?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
That is a letter that Aaron Dillard sent to me.
And when Aaron Dillard sent you that letter, where was he located?
I believe he was in custody.
And when you got that letter, what did you do with it when you first received the letter?
I don't exactly remember. I mean, I read it, obviously, and then I believe I reached out to an assistant DA in Kenosha County.
And then you ultimately ended up speaking with me.
Yes.
Did you get consent from Mr. Dillard to provide me a copy of that letter?
I did.
And you provided me a copy of the letter?
I did.
Now, during either one of these interviews, did either Assistant District Attorney Angelina Gabrielle or myself, did either one of us ever provide any information to Aaron Dillard?
Objection, asked and answered.
Go ahead and answer it one more time.
No, you did not.
And who was providing the factual information during the course of this interview?
It was Mr. Dillard.
Did anybody else provide any factual information to Mr. Dillard during the course of this interview?
No.
No further questions of this
Who's
witness.
doing across? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Rosenke, what information did you review in advance of your testimony today?
I did review a copy of the transcript from the last hearing, of just my testimony, nothing else.
Now, the letter that's in front of you, it's still in front of you, right?
Correct, yes.
That's State's Exhibit 69. That wasn't sent directly to you, was it, from Mr. Dillard?
I'm not sure. I was his attorney, so I'm thinking he did send it to me.
It was faxed from his wife to you, correct?
Oh, okay. I think so, yes.
Mr. Dillard was in prison at the time, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what prison?
No, I don't.
And it's your understanding that this letter was mailed to his wife, correct?
Yes.
And then from his wife, it was faxed to you.
Yes.
Did you say that you, after receiving this letter, went and met and discussed this with Mr. Dillard?
I think I would have at some point.
Did you travel to whatever prison he was in to meet with him?
I honestly don't remember.
You represented Mr. Dillard at that time on the pending reconfinement matter?
Yes.
On that case, he was facing 4 years, 6 months?
Yes.
That was the recommendation from the agent, correct?
I believe the agent was recommending the max on all of the cases that he was revoked on.
Did you represent him on the theft by contractor and home improvement fraud case?
Yes.
And did you also represent him on his pending obstructing charge?
Yes.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Next witness, Your Honor, was the Kenosha County Medical Examiner in 2005 to 2008, and her testimony is expected to take a lot longer than 15 minutes.
I think it's a good time to go home, folks. Remember, don't talk about the case. See you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Out of the courtroom. Then I take it, Mr. Gemwise, that's going to be Mary Mayland, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, we're holding the jury. The defendant can go
Judge,
back.
Just a quick question. We had all of our witnesses prepared for Wednesday after changing everything. I don't think I'll be able to get anyone, depending on what happens with Mary Mainland, if this is like halfway through the afternoon. I mean, I guess I could play a video, but
We're going to do something. We're not just going to sit here. You told me a few days ago we got to get this case done.
And I agree, but we didn't. But they gave us a list of 130 people, and we've actually had people change their plane tickets.
We're going to do something.
That's fine. I'm just letting the court know that it might be a video in the afternoon because we might not have a witness.
We can break the Judge Milosauskas rule.
Okay. I just wanted the court to know.
All right. Thank you.